Boo-doo-boo-boo-boo-doo-boo. Let's see how we're doing. There we are. Howdy, howdy, howdy. We're going to be continuing 4.0 today. I don't know how long it's going to take us to do this. Probably a bit. Probably quite a bit. We are maybe a quarter through the story. I think. Are we? No, we have to be further than that. I think maybe we're probably much further than that, actually. Now that I think about it. Maybe we're halfway through the story. We're somewhere between a quarter and halfway. I have not been awake long enough to actually process how far we are into the story. But we're here. We're going to be jamming on through. We're in the fugue section, which is probably somewhere close to halfway. I think. You know what's weird is, like, yesterday I was able to answer very clearly about where halfway was, but I can't even remember what I said yesterday because I went to sleep very late and then I didn't get a lot of sleep. Which is very typical of me, actually. Don't think that's totally weird. I'll wake up sometime during this stream. Let's get this stuff out. Make sure that's in the right playlist. Get us actually into the game category. Yeah, we got to do that. Oh, hey, Fizz. Probably not staying as long as last time. Hey, that's fine. It's also, so you're saying yesterday, it's the start of your holiday, which is like your Lent week, Ramadan. So if you got to do family stuff, I expect you to preferably do family stuff. Let's see. Need to get this posted in the server. And also at least on Twitter. Celebrate like you do? Oh, that's a shame. You're watching some of that Wandering Witch yesterday. I hope you're enjoying it. And shared. Okay, cool. I can mosey back out there now. The main character has massive bystander syndrome. It seems to be the case that when you come to wandering protagonists, you really only get, like, one of two kinds. You either get the kind who wants to be involved in nobody's business because it's not their own, or the kind who wants to be involved in everyone's business. I think my preference is the bleeding heart kind who thinks he shouldn't get involved but ends up getting involved in everybody's business, right? Because he cares too much. That's usually the kind I prefer, which I guess is technically a little more on the bystander spectrum. But it's more of because of the moral principle that you shouldn't get involved in other people's business. But it doesn't take much to actually push you there.
Before I even realized, the scenery of Dovebrook became unrecognizable. Back then, who would have imagined iron hulks running wild on the streets? Little owners, gang members, being treated like vermin.
You didn't call us here just to reminisce, did you?
Or I guess it's not a hero, still protagonist, right? Because it's the person you're following in the story. Let's switch over to the word protagonist. I think my favorite wandering protagonist, though, is probably... Well, it's probably the man with no name. But specifically in manga and anime, it's probably Vash the Stampede.
What he does not see is that while cosmic novelties are more enticing,
And that's because Vash is, like, just too nice of a guy. But he ends up causing chaos everywhere he goes because he's too nice of a guy.
You're a clever one, so there's no point in keeping up this charade. We're not Xianzhou's #1 assassins. You knew that already, didn't you?
yeah, I might not live as long as those Xianzhou folks. But I got a decent eye for sizing people up. You may not be the #1 assassin, right? But your skills surpass even such assassins. So I don't care who you are. I pay good money for a sharp blade.
Who decided to give Polwave a knockoff Hamill Joker voice? Well,
And where do you intend to
I don't know the
use it?
specific voice director of this game, but it's being done over at Sound Cadence in Dallas, and the person who runs Sound Cadence, as far as I know, is Amber Lee Connors, and I know she does a lot of the localization directing for all of the Hoyo games. So it might have been her that decided to cast somebody that's going to do, like, a really bad Mark Hamill, I would say post-Joker voice, right? Because this is actually pretty close to how all of Hamill's kind of in the Joker range voices have been after Joker.
You want the God's reward, don't you?
Still a bad version of it, but in that range.
Employer. Therefore, the festival's prize should rightfully be yours. What do you
Like when Hamill started knocking off his own voice.
Yeah. I harbor no such an unrealistic desire.
Part of that is his age, too. It's like
Prize for you to claim as your reward.
Hamill would try to use the same voice in later roles, but, like, he had to reserve the energy and strain that to sound like his younger self for the Joker specifically. So he would just be old. Kind of like,
That is enough for me.
what is the name of the movie? Sushi Girl. He played a character named Crow, live-action movie, and Crow basically had that exact voice.
Since we are not truly
You could tell it was supposed to be his Joker voice, sort of, but it's just like Hamill's old.
Ignore your request.
If you truly care nothing for what I ask,
Oh,
why
that is funny that Connors ended up doing the voice of Elena in Wandering Witch you're just talking about.
the long life of the Shinto
She does the English voice for probably the most popular character
One more question
out of
from
all
me.
of the Hoyo games, and that's
Why are you
Farina
so
from
set
Genshin Impact.
on chasing fame?
in plain Arcadia. Imagine they exist.
She's a character that's probably more popular than the game itself, especially in Japan. There are people who like Farina and own Farina stuff who don't even basically engage with Genshin otherwise.
Had no wish power, and were not needed by humanity. Unfortunately, ever since that seashell woman rose to power, our path of blood and violence had run its course. That's why I want the Sandwich Syndicate to take on a new form.
I don't want to directly blame her, though. I'm going to say blame. This could be a fitting voice. I haven't listened to him in other languages, especially the Chinese, which would be the original audio, to see if this is like roughly close to it. Even though she is like the top of the localization department and of the recording studio, there's a lot of people involved, right? You have to go and you have to look at the individual casting director for the different parts, because I'm sure that's probably changed over time. If she even directed these scenes.
Whole wave's goal is surprisingly grounded.
It's a very, very complex business with a lot of hands involved.
This long by relying on bodyguards. It's about having a sharp instinct for survival.
He wants to launder his gang clean, but that will not be easy. In my view, the underboss may not see eye to eye with his boss. My thanks to you both.
I don't think she's been in this game yet.
I managed to leave without harm.
Maybe as like a background character, but I don't think she's played any of the bigger playable characters,
Xianzhou's #1 assassin.
as far as I know.
When I think of it that way.
And usually there's kind of like there's two different cases with casting directors or people who are at the top. The case #1 is you don't want to like put yourself into everything necessarily because it just feels like bad taste to just cast yourself unless like the role really calls for something you can do. And then there's case #2 where you just cast yourself in everything.
Madam Yao, you came in person?
Well, you see.
Mark Hamill did a different voice for Ozai. He has several other voices.
Sending them on a wild goose chase. I should personally ask for their forgiveness.
But as an actor, you don't always get to pick which voice you do. You know, sometimes they give you freedom, they'll give you a range, you'll be like, oh yeah, I already do something in that direction. And sometimes when the director sees you there, like, I want you to basically do the voice you did in this other role.
After the fact strategy is this.
General, had you spoken plainly, Sunday and I would never have refused you. Why did you lie to us and claim that someone was...
You get typecasted in voice acting just as you do in, like, any other role.
If not for the appearance of the former Videodora High Elder and the runaway master of Penacony, Miss Tingyun would still be trapped in those brutes' endless probing. Her being lost and captured was exactly the future.
There's many cases like that.
I also foresaw bloodshed.
Like, I think Vic Mignogna's a good example, where he actually does have range to do a few different voices, but every time he gets cast, I think it's mostly because of just how popular his Edward Elric role was. They're just like, act in your normal voice but sound a bit younger.
Fortunately, things did not come to the worst. As for Mr. Sunday, I've heard so much about you. With my 1,000 feathered eyes, I had the privilege of watching the broadcast of your entire god-ascending feat in Penacony from far away. Truly magnificent.
Let's not speak of that misstep anymore, General.
Just like Justin Roiland was pretty much only hired to do his Morty voice. Did somebody hire him to do his Morty voice in something else?
Surely not just to hold it and block.
I've not followed his career. Aside from back when he was like on Channel 101. Or you try to say that the only reason Dan partnered with him was because he liked his Morty voice and the whole show grew out of that.
Or perhaps I could wear the mask.
Oh, High on Life 2 just came out.
Personally compete in the Phantasm games.
I barely watched anybody play the first one. It wasn't something I was interested in.
Each mask used is gone for good. The Stellaron hunters will be left with a real headache. That'd be truly killing two birds with one stone.
Madam Yao, this is deadly business. It's no laughing matter.
Deadly. Miss Tingyun, that is exactly why I am here. Not to put blade in his grave, that is. His ties to the Xianzhou have long since frayed. There was no need for me to snatch someone else's assignment and come here only for his sake.
Snatch someone else's assignment?
So the
Oh,
Xianzhou
he did it in several other things. I didn't watch the boys animated anthology,
To be frank, this
so I wouldn't have known that. Oh yeah, I could see that. And people just like the voice casting him for it.
The Cloud Knights recently returned from the great battle against Iron Tomb.
It said it happens to a lot of people. Sometimes you get casted specifically because somebody liked your performance in something else. It's also the rudest thing you can say to an actor. To get them to just phone in a... what's it called? To phone in a role, right? To just like not even care or be enthusiastic about what they're playing is to tell them, like, I just want you to play this other character you already played, right?
Unfortunately, the two
Now, if you tell them, like, I just want you to be in this zone, like, this is the starting point, that's less rude. A lot of people will just be like, okay, so this is the jumping off point, and we're gonna have fun with it. We're developing a character here. But if you tell them, like, I just want you to play a character you already played, most actors just check out at that point. It's like, this is a paid job, that's all it is.
Yes, I contacted the marshal and took over the task. I've simply never seen such a bizarre fate and wanted to witness it.
Even if it means your death?
Lemon grabs from Adventure Time. Oh, I don't remember Adventure Time much, but I'm assuming he's probably that lemon-headed guy that's inside the, all the memes.
Miss Tingyun, hand me the mask.
Like, I can see the faces he makes. I can't hear the voice, but since you're telling me that it's basically just Justin Roiland doing Morty, that kind of helps me fill in a voice. He's not in High on Life 2? It's just somebody... Oh, yeah, that's right, because nobody wants to work with him anymore, even though, you know, he was proven innocent in the court of law.
And fulfilling day.
Sorry, Sunday.
It's
My
ridiculous.
body instinctively sensed danger.
Once the mask for joining the Phantom Moon Games is worn, it binds tightly to the supplicant and manifests the shape of the wearer's soul. I read something like this in the Views of the Universe from a Star Skiff. It's confirmed now.
Hey,
The
Julian.
mask is indeed genuine.
How you doing?
Congratulations, Mr. Sunday. You're now a supplicant in the Aeonic game.
You caught us in the middle
What exactly
of
are you
4.0.
trying to do, Seer Strategist? Twice now you've acted without warning. Do you mean to make an enemy out of the Astral Express?
Dan Hong, let me take care of this.
Sunday, are you planning to fight?
Don't worry, I'm no match for this general.
Aside from tuning, what can Sunday do anymore?
General Yao Guang.
I need to know this, you know?
I ran a check with my tuning, and there were no signs of any...
He was a
outside
problem
intrusion.
back when he had
They say
access
divine
to,
authority.
like, the remnants of the
I call
Order
that the
in the
extension of
Harmony,
mediocrity.
and could become Septimus, but, like, what could he even do
You were
anymore?
Fascinated by the Phantom Moon Games. You even wondered.
You got done with 4.0 yesterday? Cool, cool.
Didn't you?
Yeah, I finished it on my personal account, I think...
No, I'm simply good at seeing
Friday?
with my eyes. Though Mr. Sunday never
Yeah,
asked
because
if
it took
there
me
were- He's glanced at it.
Thursday I started, couldn't finish it in one sitting, had to finish it on Friday.
Given the character and manners of
And we
someone
started
as
on
noble as
stream
him,
here
I
yesterday,
can't think of any motive for this action
and
but
we might
genuine interest.
be able to finish today. Don't know,
Sunday?
but very often Tuesday gets to be a longer day, so it's very possible we could finish today. Because we played for,
Putting it on.
I think, about 4 hours
So,
yesterday,
I merely gave you what you desired.
and
This is no trap. It's just an unexpected gift.
some things do take
Good
longer
thing
when
with
you're
all
on
these
stream
new
because you get
games,
distracted.
I'll give every ounce of aid I can to help you
But
succeed
if you
in your
weren't
chance
getting
to have
distracted,
an
I think this story is about
Liao Guang.
7-ish hours long,
Throwing out heavy
letting all the
profits
voice acting
first
play
is
through.
Usually a lure to make others lose.
Which is why I think we should be a little past the halfway point now.
You'd go this far.
Now that I'm more awake and
Belittle
thinking
yourself.
about it. For
Have
some
you
reason I said we were only like a
noticed
quarter
carve
way
a
in.
sliver of
When I started
possibility
this up,
from
I'm like, no,
the
that can't be true at all.
With my eye of Ishvara, I see you're the only one.
It can't be true at all. Yeah, we're past the halfway point, so we might be able to finish this.
Your own will.
Sparkle versus Sunday, who wins in a fight?
Dan Heng.
Well, yeah, old Sunday. If he still had access to,
Because
like,
this
being
world
in
finishes
Penacony and
that
being able to basically tune everyone at once and could become Septimus,
Arcadia.
he definitely, Sparkle can't do anything
An
about that.
Arcadia that its name claims. I once pursued a mistaken vision of paradise. which
Sparkle
still resolve. Even now,
is a nasty little
I can't say
deviant,
for
but
sure
she
what a
can't
true
handle
paradise
anybody
should look like.
who actually starts approaching the power of a
I
deity.
want to see with my
Whether
own
it is
eyes
a local
whether
deity,
this
like
Arcadia lives up to its name.
Archon level or whatever, or if it is like
As long as Mr.
a
Sunday
greater
dies,
deity, like the Eons,
Permanent
that she
death
just
will
can't deal with anything like that.
Of course.
We
it
see
was
that
on
happening
pass.
years ago in the timeline
Gift
when
that
she
controls
goes to
nothing
Honkai Impact
shackles
3rd
alive.
and has a fight with Vita, which the only reason she even survives that fight is because of
But does the
pulling
Santa know
tricks
about
and
this?
illusions. But she can't handle
This is
Vita at
quite
all.
serious
They actually
business.
make a joke
I
about
dare
this when we get to the
decision on my
tavern,
own.
that she starts
I'd like to
developing
overlook
these
this exercise
anti-sparkle
to the
weapons
Leech Way.
because of her
If
encounters
something
with
happens to
Vita.
me, I'll line up a solid successor. She headed to the Uchiway on the day I left on this mission, just in case anything went wrong.
Took you about 8
There,
hours?
other
But you were looking for
potential
chests too?
successors by
Yeah,
this
it took
period
me
too.
a lot
They'll
longer.
train
I
at
think
omniscience,
maybe
Scientia Academe, in divination arts,
total,
war strategies, and civil
I spent 10
governance.
hours between like 5 hours each session
Lady Fushuan?
when I was
Take over the
doing
Uchiway
it by
after you?
myself.
Fushuan?
I was kind of
Not
locked in,
Fushuan. If I
but
wanted
I
to
was
find
also
you,
not locked in at all. I
maybe
was getting
Uchiway
distracted and
from the lost
exploring every
divination
chance they gave me to
commission, like a
explore.
seer strategist
So it took me
visiting to command the Uchiway.
several hours longer than it will probably take us to
Uchiway,
finish on
Uchiway.
stream.
Whew, what a perfectly rhymed match. As for the details, shall we discuss this somewhere else, you three?
Map says the Ashen Detective Agency should be right here. But why is there just a magazine?
Sparkle to take you down easy. Listen, don't simp. Though I do believe yesterday I did say that while she's not my personal favorite, Sparkle is easily the best character in this game.
You really can find anything in the land blessed by
Definitely the best character original 2-star rail, and not somebody who's just like an isotope or something. Well, you know, since we're in a POV section, we could put Silverwolf in. I guess you'll have to replace our new character, because that's the only slot you actually work in here.
A will of metal and...
Hey, little fur.
Yeah, we did get Yaguang.
Know if there's an Ashen Detective Agency nearby?
She's really fun. I like the aha instant popping up. I did some DU runs with her off stream, just so I could experience actually playing her more.
Fine, job first. Oh wow. Looks like 10,000 credits from my account just hopped to end up in yours.
I can't
for no
wait
reason. Now,
for Sparksy, because we're going for Sparksy on this account.
Oh, generous, miss.
I absolutely need the new Silverwolf
That detective
on my
Reggie
personal
might
account,
have
though,
some
so I can
agency.
be one step closer to my all Bronya's
But you
team.
don't doubt
I'm literally
me.
going to title the
And
team
sure
Oops
the
All
look
Bronya.
tonight. No clue how he earns any money. Maybe
I just need a fourth one after that.
So they're closed. Then how do I meet this Ashen detective?
beats me. But if I find 50,000
Which I have done on
credits,
occasion in
I might
Honkai Impact 3rd, but it's so much easier in that game because, you know, the same characters get battle suits out the butt, so there are plenty of Bronya to go around there. And also, you only need 3 characters for a team.
Hi, I'm Narrator, receptionist at the Ashen Detective Agency. I'm the assistant of that Mr. Detective.
Narrator? What sane person gives their pet that name?
That would be the dude upstairs. By the way, that mangy Furbo didn't fleece you, right?
It did. A full 10,000.
Do you want me to catch that sneaky...
Bronya is definitely one of my
Furbo
favorite
for you
characters
and get your
in
money back?
all of Honkai.
Save your breath. Got it fixed.
Like,
Money's
even
back in
when I was playing
the last
Impact 3rd,
26.5 credits from that guy's account.
Bronya's the best of the 3 characters in the main cast,
Not bad, punk lord
with her
King
sense of humor and
Santa.
stuff, and calling herself
You seem
De
pretty
Bronya.
knowledgeable.
But
So, would you mind
Silverwolf,
showing the
who is
way?
actually closer in personality to previous Bronyas than the one in Bellabog that we met that goes by the name,
Sorry, but you will have to take a
is
time.
the best version in this game,
The landlord's
also based off of the best version in Honkai Impact 3rd, which is Haxor Bunny. Also happens to be voiced in English by one of my favorite voice actors.
In the end,
So that's just like doubly good.
the front door entirely.
Yes, the monkey is just called narrator. Like, I never get tired of listening to Melissa Fawn, so I'm glad that she ended up voicing one of my favorite characters.
Interesting. Why are there so many Furbos?
All employees of this magazine company.
Okay, we actually need to go back immediately, though. I remember how to get in there now. Wait. There's one in here, but then there's something on the other side. It took me a while to figure this out, and it shouldn't have, because the map kind of reveals it. I had only just done this. It's above this guy. There we go. I'm loving the platforming sections in general. I think when you like grow up on old school platformers, there's just something that hits about
Scene
these.
Feel like a punishment round from a game.
Office survivors, way more brutal than any game.
So, this is where the detective lives?
So you also want the new Silverwolf, and you're going to use Silverwolf and Silverwolf together. I don't care if they're not good. Yeah, same. Like I said, I'm going to have my Oops All Bronya team. I'll use my standard banner Bronya too.
Visitors?
Even if Silverwolf's going to be the only person on the team, the new one that's proccing elation at all. I'm actually kind of upset
I will wake him at once.
that she's elation. But I think she'll be usable without other characters. The one that upsets me a little bit more that they're elation is
Time to get up,
Yai,
Miss
Evanescia.
Vale.
Because I want to use Yai and Raiden together. So I wanted Evanescia to be a Nihility character, but unless you have like,
The delivery
you can't.
to disturb.
How many pulls I got? Right now, like
Mr. Ash,
jack shit, I think.
this lady is not here for food delivery.
Oh, then she must be here to kill me.
Sadly, not that either.
What do you mean, sadly?
I like the heads-up display that
Food and
happened there
kill me.
as he was rising. Like this was about to become a boss battle in an action
You are
game.
here to hire me for a case.
Your order of guests.
Asheville's
is a
all right.
little-
I know on
Yes, I am here to commission you.
my personal account,
Has been
I have
Oh, what did you
almost 70 pulls saved.
Person, along with an ancient mask that should have been mine.
So my gambit there is because I'm really lucky. I don't ever actually need pity amount of pulls saved for almost any character.
Suspicion rises in the detective's mind. Who exactly?
I need more Rappa on that account. I want E1 Rappa.
Mr. N.
And I don't know when Rappa's going to get another rerun. It took long enough for her to get her first rerun.
You pay me 900 credits.
So our goal is I'm going to try to pull E1 Rappa. If I lose the 50-50 on E1 Rappa,
Between the detective and
then I just save the guarantee for Silver Wolf. I'm like, sorry, Rappa, that's all the opportunity I can give you.
A name flashed through the otherwise empty mind of the detective. This unremarkable
On this one, I don't know. We might have 15 pulls, if that.
most wanted terrorist on the IPC's bounty list.
Maybe.
The Stellaron Hunter. Kafka. It's Silverwolf. Jeez, Silverwolf. Mr. Ash.
Silver Wolf might be the last character you pull because you're a fan of other waifus. Yeah.
Or something.
Got 150, but you want Rappa and her like E2 Rappa. Oof.
Data again.
Yeah, that's a lot.
one of the interastral
That's a lot to
group of
possibly
wanted
spend.
Fugitives with the highest bounties comes to commission a broke detective who I have seen.
I was looking at her Eidolons. It's not that the other ones aren't as good.
Next thing would be me getting dragged into a massive
Oh, you mean you're not a
conspiracy
fan?
to run
Oh,
my
okay.
life, right?
I thought you were saying like you knew some other ones that were coming up later, and you're like, I'm saving for those.
I hacked into the Security Bureau's criminal record system.
But I feel like for Rappa, if I just have E1, I'll be satisfied for quite a long time.
Police cases, you
Especially because her main use is pure fiction, and that just makes things even better there. But
of the Harmony Sect communion,
I don't know, having just Dahlia, Rappa's already hitting really hard. I am not having trouble
insurrection incident,
clearing content with her.
serial lock
Without her
murders
E1,
at Cookie
I
House,
think E1 is all I
help
need
solve them all. You may not be the most
for longevity.
famous, but you're probably the most capable detective around here, right?
Is nothing private anymore. Whatever. Tell me, how did you lose your mask?
Today was supposed to be our meeting with
I don't know how I feel about Ashvale as a character.
All right, now let's talk about the commission fee.
Excuse me.
In some ways, he feels like a more realized Gallagher.
A true great.
I kind of like the idea of there being a detective like noir character here, but everyone's goofy, right, in this whole place. So he's not like a particularly interesting detective noir character. He's almost like a side gag character so far. But it's also not his time. I feel like they'll probably flesh out his character more
Do you take dirt
in the
money?
next patch, because I think he's on the next banner after Sparks. Or he might be on the next one. Maybe he will be. How many banners are they doing for the next one? Are they doing just Ashvale? Because it's only 4 weeks.
Sees turf.
You wouldn't want to do 2 banners in that time, right? You just want to do 1 banner for the whole patch?
You take the reward, and I bolt afterward. We Stellaron hunters.
Kind of like how Spider-Man Noir was in the Spider-Verse. Yeah, it's kind of like in that area.
Or maybe we could discuss.
Not saying that that has to be a bad character. It depends how you use them. I don't think he's being used particularly well right now, but he might be better
That money over the next
in the
few
patch
days.
that his banner's
Here's
in.
my contact info. Update me the moment you have any news.
You already know Sims are going to pull from. Yeah, but that's how most people are, right? A lot of people just pull for the characters in this game because they like the way they look more than anything.
That roll got made just now. Oh, my dear Mr. M, did you truly want to take dirty money? I have come up with
My standard is I need to think a character's cool.
Big shot first.
Period. There could be many factors that makes a character cool.
I've obtained solid intel.
Sex appeal can add to that, but not alone. Because there's a lot of characters that if they were real people, I'd find them attractive that I don't pull for, because I think overall they're not cool.
Perhaps you are finally ready to consider my offer.
No.
Or
Found the trail of the Stellaron hunters.
sometimes I'll pull for a character I don't think is cool at all,
Games.
because a character I think is cool enough deserves it, right? Like the case with Sunday. I don't like Sunday. I don't think Sunday's cool
Out any
at all. I don't think he's a good character.
Quiet.
He's yet to redeem himself to me. I pulled them for Jing Yuan, though, because Jing Yuan's so cool he deserves it.
But your IPC chose to speedrun it. It was fated to be more than just a game of fun. You want me to take part? That is asking a bit much of an old man.
We should have taken that hacker's deal earlier and turned her in for the bounty.
An unexpected bonus. So Pearl still has other masks hidden away. That makes things much easier. Seems that listening in on one's partners after wrapping up business is a habit worth keeping.
Silverwolf's a cool character. But of course, she's Bronya. Rappa I pulled, and I'm pulling more for because Rappa's a really cool character.
Find the mask.
Not yet, but I've got a new lead. We might have lost one mask, so I just need to find another.
There's the few characters that I pulled because they're just isotopes of other characters from the other games. And that's all I needed. He's like, well, I already thought this character was cool in the other game. Of course I'm going to pull them in this one.
Okay. By the way, can you tell me what script Elio gave you this time?
A completely blank page.
You also want Sparksy?
So,
Yeah.
what you're saying is that this
Sparksy's fun.
Sparksy is
I,
really just a virtual avatar.
you know, 'cause we were forced to do a
Across
currency war
reality
this
and
week.
take an entire school staff and students hostage.
That's how I'm always going to view it every week that a currency war comes up.
That was just a
Every
typical
other
case
week. We're
of
forced to do a
really
currency war.
imaginative now.
But because she was added to it, I got to play Sparksy in Currency War.
Yeah, you could say that according to the old.
Obviously, it's not a good gauge of how much damage she does because everything's hyperinflated in that mode, but her kit, it's pretty cool. I like the mono-elation stuff in general. I like how the more elation characters you have on the team, the more the aha instant just changes them together. That's pretty cool. It seems even more synergistic than the mono remembrance comp.
This kind of thing's strange, but it's not exactly rare around here. Certain historical eras had a
So I think on this account particularly, we are going to be looking for building some sort of like mono-elation team.
Popular comics suddenly show up in the flesh.
I think what they're going to end up doing, though, if you look at Sparksy's kit,
Sorry.
where she gets more boosts to elation damage the more elation characters are on her team, that
These imaginae arise from incidental events. That's quite different from progenitive
there's
imaginae.
either going to be an elation character that gives back skill points in the same way that like regular Sparkle does somehow, or there's going to be other ways of getting her thrill up higher from other Elation characters to where she doesn't have to rely on skill points too much. Because her thrill is kind of like, you know, when Dan Heng ults and he gets the free points to use. So, you know, it also adds to her damage, but the more thrill she has, the less actual skill points she needs to use. Obviously, before there's more Elation characters, we're going to want Sparkle and Sparksy on the same team anyway.
During the Phantasm Moon games, we do not traditionally interfere with supplicants' actions. That's their privilege. In other words, since she's a supplicant, we security officers can't do anything unless she causes actual harm. You say she took a school hostage, but
People tell you Yao Guang is a must pull for Sparksy. I don't think she is. If you don't like her, don't pull her, or wait for the rerun. I basically laid this out yesterday, but obviously you weren't here. My opinion of it, even though I pulled her early, and part of that is just because I have really good luck, so of course I pulled her early. But for most people, don't. Her banner's here all patch. If you want Sparksy, pull Sparksy first. If you get Sparksy early, maybe then you can go for Yao Guang, because Sparksy does benefit from her. But Yao Guang needs other Elation characters to be relevant right now, more than Sparksy needs Yao Guang to be relevant. Like, since there's only 2 Elation characters, Sparksy works well enough on her own more than Yao Guang does, right? And Sparksy needs Yao Guang if you want her to basically be a long-term main damage dealer, because she gives you that free aha instant every time she ults, which then means that Sparksy gets free damage thrown out. If you don't care about that too, like if you're going for, say, the Silver Wolf SP, who's also going to be Elation, Sparksy can then become a sub-damage dealer just fine, and still be doing a ton of damage because you're using her with other Elation characters, right? Sparksy could be like Evernight, is a good way of looking at it. You can pop her into like a Castress team, and then she becomes a good like supporting damage dealer for the Castress team with Evernight. Or if you invest into it, you can have Evernight just be the main damage of the team. That's kind of how Sparksy's going to work. So, yeah, wait for rerun is perfectly fine. That's. Especially if you're planning to pull for Silverwolf, like I was saying. You can just run both of them on the same team, and Sparksy will still be relevant.
Insurance for being the title sponsor of today's Sparkstacular Arcadian Adventures live stream. One person, 1,000 faces. 1,000 faces, one person. Who will Sparksicle become today? Ta-da! Time for the big reveal! Everyone, follow along with Bean Sparksy of Graphia Academy as we check out how our new transfer student is settling in. Marge, say hi to the camera. Sparksy, don't you dare mess with me. I, March, am not someone you can easily push around.
Why is March suddenly in her Luofu outfit?
General Jing Yuan of the Luofu and General Huayan of the Xu Ming. I've undergone rigorous.
I get maybe because she's supposed to be preparing for a duel. Maybe that's her duel outfit, I guess.
March seems quite worked up. Is it because
I think March needs more outfits in general, though.
live interview?
March,
All right then.
personality-wise, is the type of character who should be wearing different outfits throughout missions, because she would be changing into different outfits. Oh, that's right, I gotta read the Welt stuff. Hello, everyone. I'm Welt Yang, a history teacher at Graphia Academy. I'm honored to be selected as this year's most popular male teacher, and I will continue to strive to nurture even more outstanding talents. If MC gets elation form, you could use... Yeah, yeah. Well, he's going to. They're definitely going to get an elation form.
Thank you all for your whole
So you can
life
definitely
support.
use him with Sparksy, too.
Sparksicle will work hard.
I think a lot of people, when they're talking about the relevance, though, of, like, you have to get Yao Guang, is they're just thinking about this patch. And you need to always kind of ignore those people, because these are people who are pulling specifically for the endgame mode that's coming up, and they're not thinking about the long-term benefits of your account, because you have to keep playing this game. Well, I mean, you don't have to. You could drop it at any patch. But if you're enjoying the game, you have to keep playing the game and using the same characters that you have for months and possibly years to come. So you should never, ever pull with the idea of, like, I need to have the best team for this character right now. That is the worst way to run your account.
Now, see, Miss Sparksy was just doing a program with your friend. It's fine, really.
Especially when, like, unless we're talking about the new game mode, which isn't
Have you seen shows like
that new anymore. It's already been here for a few rotations now. But Anomaly Arbitration,
jobs, like those reality shows.
you don't need the best version of every team to clear
She picked
anyway.
Academy as a target. That school had its fair share.
And full clear isn't even the objective of the game. You're like, what? If you don't full clear, you're missing out on maybe a pull total. You know? Almost any account can do the quick clear for APOC and Pure Fiction and MOC. You're missing out on a couple more pulls if you don't do the last few stages in MOC, but, like, my brother's account's not even caught up, and I could do the quick clear for him every single time.
That's hilarious! I heard they're supposed to be great heroes who saved other worlds. Look at them now! Switching to comedy in a heartbeat.
You hope Elation MC will be a weaker version of Yao Guang? Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I hope he just has the ability to activate a free AHA instant at some point. That's what I'm looking forward to. That way, if you run him and Yao Guang together, for the people who do get Yao Guang, you can double up on the amount of AHA instances, but also you just don't feel like you're screwed over by not getting Yao Guang, right?
Some sections in it might come in handy.
Even just having one person who can proc it is good enough.
If there's nothing
I was talking about how my predictions are going to be, or like at least my presumptions for Elation MC, knowing absolutely nothing about it, is that it will probably be really influential, almost necessary for Elation teams, at least at first, and will probably be really, really broken in Elation teams. Will probably be better in Elation teams than Remembrance MC is in general, but will be worse in, like, every other circumstance than Remembrance. I think that's probably what's going to happen. Which, just giving him a free AHA instant anyway will probably already do that. If, like, every time he ults, similar to Yao Guang, you get a free AHA, that will already do that anyway.
No, it's not your fault. I underestimated the complexity of the situation behind these games. Coming back to my homeland was meant to be a relaxing vacation for everyone. And I also wanted you and March to experience the atmosphere of elation in this world. Throughout the history of the Phantom Moon games, there have been many instances of cooperation between...
Himiko, why are you so quiet? I can barely hear you over the background music.
Forces from across the cosmos have turned this into their own high-stakes poker table. Rather than honoring the elation, these players are far more eager to savor victory for themselves, itching to knock everyone else out of the game. Sparksy is one such troublemaker. dangerous to rush back to school on courage alone.
In
when we don't know what
the Chinese and in the Japanese, Himiko has
for every supplicant
a soprano voice. It's a little sultry, but it's mostly she just has like a commanding soprano voice.
The roll call, the miracle, and the promotion.
And I thought the voice actress for Himiko kind of matched it pretty well at the beginning of the game, though she was definitely higher pitched than them. But the tone was right, and I think that mattered a bit more. Over time, at first I thought like in Penacony, oh, is the voice actress sick and still just going in anyway? Over time, it might be directing that they're just having her act more like soft and sultry.
Sparksy is waiting for us to walk right into her trap.
But the problem with that is that it's no longer matching the tone, and also it's like really quiet compared to like everyone else talking in a scene.
What could be more earth-shattering than defeating a renowned cosmic hero on a
And I'm not going to blame the actress on that, because I heard her do a really good voice earlier on. The recordings for her in battle are still the same ones from back then. I'm going to blame the directing for the localization on that.
What kind of world-shaking miracle is she after?
Sure, she's a fake. But she's still a fake of Miss Sparkle. Guessing won't get us far. If you ask me, we should check out the tavern. Might find some leads there.
The masked fools.
I think this was the thing I was most excited about when I saw the preview for this, was going to the World's End Tavern.
How could we pull off something this insane without Miss Sparkle's prized collection I've been hoarding?
Right, Sampo sets this thing up all the way back in 1.0,
Must have known this well.
as he gives his regards to those at the tavern.
Using my name.
And it took us until 4.0 to finally get to the tavern. Not that like I was expecting it any sooner than that. You know, it seemed like something that would be a long-term setup. But it also made it really exciting to finally see.
We'll naturally figure out what that imposter is up to.
That's a good plan, but I can't let you act alone. Can you take both of us into the tavern?
Take this business card. The address of the tavern is printed on it. However, you'll have to find your own way to the tavern. That's been the rule since it was established.
You know what would be really helpful? If the audio mastering in this game was like a Discord call, and you could like turn up specific characters or turn them down.
Relax.
It would also be helpful if the battle volume wasn't like 5 decibels louder than the rest of the game. And that includes the voice audio in battle.
Our turn to set the steps.
Like, you can't actually adjust the audio settings to be precise or to be consistent either. Because you'll set it for wandering around in the overworld here or for scenes with people are talking. And you're like, oh, this sounds nice. Then you'll go into battle. Everything's louder. And now, like, the sound effects are louder than the voices for some reason.
Now this is the kind of vacation the Nameless just has to savor.
I'll be sitting here, and I just don't feel like putting headphones on in the middle of the night while I'm playing, especially on a new patch. But I don't want to be loud, because there are people sleeping, right? And I'll be flipping the TV between, like, whatever the volume metric is, you know, it goes like 1 to 100. And 5 is loud enough in battle, but it's too quiet when they're talking, so I'll flip it up to 10. But then 10 is too loud in battle, so I'm like constantly flipping it back and forth between 5 and 10 during new content. And it's not just Star Rail, it's like that in all the Hoyo games. Is it this way? Head to the Davin district. I'm not getting an update. Oh, there we go. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I already got the achievement. I don't need to be hit by another car. Though I guess if I don't want to get hit by a car, running in the street is probably not the right thing to do. But it's a little more exciting, you know? Plus, look how slow these cars are. They're passing me up, but they're driving like this entire street's a school zone. Ooh. Yeah. I made sure to get that achievement yesterday on stream. It took me a while because for some reason the second I wanted to get it, I was only near crosswalks. And the cars kept stopping. It wasn't until like maybe 15 minutes after I said I was going to get it that we were finally at a part where a car was moving in the middle of the street and I could hop in front of it. Almost like an old Chinese person trying to get insurance money.
Is this really where Himiko lived back then?
That's why they invented dash cams.
15 years since I've been back. I wonder what's become of these houses now. If they're being rented out.
It's like what you would call a not-so-hidden achievement, right? Because any place that's had vehicles now, getting hit by a vehicle is giving you an achievement.
Nothing but empty shells of their former.
There's actually 2 different ones, though, at least, that I've encountered getting hit by a car in this place. And one of them, I think, is a Smash Brothers F-Zero reference. But if you were on the bridge, the side scroller for the bridge, in the part that goes upside down, and you have like the cars just like driving by, if you jump up and get hit by a car at that moment, there's an achievement for that too. Yeah, I got the Penacony one. The first time you got an achievement for doing something like that, I'll do all those pipes later, was in Bellabog by getting hit by the trolley. But that one also had like a whole spew of dialogue behind it too. Like you got a text from March with a lot of like meta decisions about meta response decisions that you can make about speccing into defense and being a tank and stuff. That was a funny one. I liked that.
You are?
This one, I think you could get hit by almost any car.
Would you mind coming into our magazine office?
I think at Penacony, it specifically has to be the red ones, because the red ones are the only ones that will just keep going. All the other cars, if you try to, they'll stop on a dime.
The magazine publisher has taken over this entire building.
Which might be a little bit of like statistical humor, where people who drive red cars are far more likely to get into accidents. They're also more likely to hit and run.
The Graphia family owned property all across Plain Arcadia.
Which makes sense.
Very little was left.
It's more of like the personality type of somebody who would prefer a red car is more likely to cross over the personality type of somebody who drives more recklessly.
Sorry. I made things a bit too heavy there.
Red is a very flashy and aggressive color.
The magazine office and see what this little Furbo is up to.
Oh, you got that one too? Yeah, because there's a big coin right there. And you're very likely to get hit by a car at that point.
Hey there, Paraprince! I brought quite an impressive creditor to visit you. Beep beep, debt collector signal detected. I'm out of here. Don't run! It's the Great Raccoon from the Astral Express! Verbos and raccoons. We're all one big family.
Yeah, this is the point where we become the manager lord of the Tanuki newspaper. It's actually more of like a Tanuki tabloid, which rolls off the tongue more.
Great Raccoon, that jerk of a company president ditched everyone to dodge the debts. We brothers haven't gotten paid in months. As you can see from our sorry state.
Well, I mean, if your entire office is in debt, do you expect to be paid? I mean, I guess workers' rights and stuff, like, you need to be paying your employees in general. If you can't afford to pay them, you have to close down the whole office. But, like, do you really expect to be paid when your boss was in massive debt? Let's be a little realistic here. I know we're in a video game in space talking to basically Foster's Home of Imaginary Friends characters that have been brought to life by the wish power of this planet. But let's be a little realistic here.
In no time, Verbobo Weekly will be the #1 gossip magazine. We won't have to worry about our salaries, and Great Raccoon won't have to...
Oh yeah, I didn't get the 100 pulls either. I'm way luckier than most people, and I still didn't even get the 100 pulls.
No way!
But it was like an astronomically small chance of getting it.
To compensate you handsomely for your emotional distress.
Which is kind of an oxymoron to say astronomically small. Because astronomical refers to big things. But you get what I mean when I say it. And everyone's like flipping out because they're seeing the people who won on Twitter and getting mad that they didn't win it. But of course you're going to see the people that actually won, just due to like the algorithmic bias of people will engage with that, right?
And best of all, they're free.
Being a company president is actually super easy. Just follow me.
I like our little comic book versions of the main characters from the Fluffy Across the Blue. Which obviously the main one, the Galactic Baseballer, that originated from a video game made by the Masked Fools. I wonder how the licensing rights go with that to also be the main character of an unrelated comic. Oh no, she's gonna eat me. Who is the main character of a... oh no, it's an in-world lore thing. Where, they made a comic based off of the Astral Express's adventures. Where you've got, like, these right here. All these little, fluffy animal versions of the main characters. That's one of the reasons why the Astral Express got swarmed when we landed on the planet in the last stream. Because they're like, oh, you're the baseball raccoon. And you're the March rabbit. Because everybody on this planet is a fan of this really popular comic. They even, in World, there's even an animated series based off of it. Which they did animated short on YouTube for the Fluffy Across the Blue. It was pretty good. I like the newspaper portal thing here a lot more than the previous ones. Mostly because this game is functionally a menuing game anyway. with some mini games and activities. And it's kind of weird when you have to teleport to the Clocky statue just to drop off your Clocky tickets in a game that's mostly menuing. Like, I don't mind having to teleport to go drop off stuff in Genshin, but Genshin's like an open world exploration game, right? Like, I get needing to run somewhere to do something or run somewhere to craft something because that's part of like the adventure. In this game that's mostly menuing, it's just kind of weird. So for once, they gave us all of our rewards and stuff from collecting things in the world at a press of a button. It's like, yeah, that fits this game more. That's the way it should be. You shouldn't be trying to map Genshin stuff purely onto this game when they're two very different games. But I get it. I do. With their experience, they basically just took the whole system for Genshin and turned it into a turn-based RPG and then mapped Honkai stuff onto it. Like, that's basically how this game comes about. So a lot of that stuff are artifacts of the fact that this was kind of made out of Genshin in a way. I'm just saying it didn't need to take them this long to shift to this system. Other than maybe it just took this long for enough people to complain about it. And it's just a black square. Perfect. Absolutely.
That's all it takes? Okay, from now on, I'm your new company president.
I guess this is also adding to our character's resume, right? So we started off... Technically, we're Stellar and Hunter, but we barely have any memories about that, and we only just got those back. So we're not going to put that on our resume, especially because that might get us thrown in jail. So, Astral Express,
What name would you prefer then?
as like basically traveling Good Samaritan, I guess.
Chatting about the Phantasmoon games together? Are you sure?
Yeah, we'll just go with that one.
In return, you create some big news.
Technically, employee at the Herta space station because we test the simulated universe. So we're researcher. Research is on our resume. We've ran a museum. We've ran logistics. We've ran a hotel. What other things have we've done? Coach. We've been a physical trainer for combat, martial arts, and the combat sports during the war dance. Yeah, we're running a newspaper now.
Already getting into the groove of being a company president.
Oh, you also went with Moon Chat? I like the moon. The moon's one of my favorite things.
Should be arriving soon as well.
Always has been, my whole life. It's one of the reasons why, like, I naturally gravitated more towards the Lunar New Year once I learned about it than I do our calendar New Year, because I really like the moon.
Miss Himiko, we're here.
Slower than expected, huh?
You would want to breed raccoons into a servant race that picks up small packages. Oh, you just want to breed your own porch pirates. That's all you want. You just want to breed your own porch pirates. That's not hard though. That's not hard at all. Raccoons already want to be domesticated, and they already make good pirates. You could probably do that within a generation or two of raccoons. Like, this is their natural inclination. All you have to do is reward them with food. And they will bring you all the packages.
I'm just tagging along with General Yao Guang of the Yutui to help out with odd jobs. I happened to run into these two on the way.
The Seers.
They understand reciprocity, too.
What happened on this journey?
It's not that hard.
Sorry, there was a bit of a hiccup.
I accidentally put on a mask of elation. Now I'm a supplicant in the Phantasmoon Games.
Ting Yu eating your food, what you gonna do about it? Oh, I don't know what she's gonna do about it.
I know the Express has been seeking to join the Phantasmoon Games, and I've been quite curious about that. Sorry. Did I make things more complicated than they needed to be?
No need to apologize, Sunday. You are a companion of the Trailblaze. No nameless would ever stop a companion from finding their own path.
Many thanks.
But wait, did you just say accidentally?
Oh, well, if that's your goal, that's probably going to take many human lifetimes.
She was with us just now, but somehow disappeared without a trace.
That's also, I don't know, a little more disappointing of a goal, to be honest. A fleet of porch pirate raccoons sounds fun. Oh, you gotta leave? Okay. Thanks for stopping by.
This seer strategist is just as elusive as the rumors say. Should we wait there?
Speaking of food.
No need. I wouldn't dare impose.
Do we have any leftovers?
I had to delay my steps to arrive at the proper
No, we have
time.
grapes.
I
should probably be eating something healthy anyway.
Oh my. Counting me, you make exactly 6. Let me do some calculations. Your fortune in the coming days looks grim. You'd better watch out. Wheel. Makes sense. You got what you wanted today. The fates.
Imagine a shipping company where all the employees are just raccoons.
This matter is most likely connected to that.
I mean, I could imagine that, but
the little foxes.
I feel like they would probably get beat out by a shipping company whose employees were pretty much all humans or even robots. Actually, at that, like, let's get rid of the humans at that point.
That's weird. I can't see yours. So, you're that trailblazer Fushuan mentioned.
It was kind of like you mentioned the Phalines. The Phalines are fun little creatures. They're cool in a fantasy setting. But they're also far worse at their jobs than if you just even put children in their place. But we aren't allowed child labor, so adult humans.
My sincerest apologies. When a diviner encounters someone whose fate is unfathomable...
Unless you wanted them, like, burrowing in the ground real quick, I guess. They'd probably be better at a human than that. Or better than a human at that.
What do you mean by unfathomable?
My eye of Ishvara can scan the aura of fortune surrounding each of you, manifesting as weal or woe signs above your
I mean, you might...
I would like to
The thing about humans, we do care about aesthetics, though, right? We care a lot about that.
This person really surprised me.
We care not just about how something looks and appeals to us, but also how things appeal to us on nature, how it makes us look. That type of business could probably get a lot of business, just because other people would think it makes themselves look cooler by having their packages and logistics ran by raccoons, right?
Everyone has options in life. But
Because that's how humans operate.
They can't help you escape your fate.
People will spend extra money on something just because of the way it makes them feel and how it makes them look as a person.
Creates a variable in the game. It's both a blessing and a curse. As I said before, the weal and woe of us 6 align with the 6 lines of divination. If he represents woe, then the hexagram falls to water, where dangers lurk above and below, spelling doom. If he brings weal, then the hexagram shifts between wind and water, presenting a great opportunity to strike. Auspicious.
So, the fate of our journey in plain Arcadia rests on his decision.
It's not as mystical as it sounds. While an Ishvara has far greater freedom of choice than ordinary people, They're still caught in the currents of fate. I just want to remind you to choose wisely.
Back to business. I take it you're not just here to read our fortunes?
I am here to greet everyone. To apologize to the Express Navigator for my previous indiscretions. And to borrow someone from you.
Miss Himeko, now you understand how I ended up wearing this mask.
I get it. She says she wants to borrow you for an operation. I want to hear your thoughts. If you're not comfortable refusing, I can speak up for you.
I guess they're, you know, talk about what does Sunday actually do in the group. There is some advantage about having, like,
I can hear you loud and clear.
your team psychic or whatever, because he could use his tuning to talk to people directly from their heads.
Since the general heard us, would you mind telling us your reasons for doing this?
If, like, literally anybody else is around except for this person who can see people's fates,
During this journey, I'll
that would probably be
acting as
effective in a lot of situations.
and irrationally as possible. Don't be surprised. Some Arbiter generals excel in battle with their wit and valor. Others master the art of forging weapons, and some guard the netherworld with their lives. I, however, fight for the Alliance by calculating and manipulating fate itself, peeking into the future. I'm here to discuss matters regarding the Anti-Destruction Alliance, and then I'll head to Astropolis for the vote. That's the real business. But according to the divination, this Arcadian world faces an extraordinary danger. When a bird's nest falls...
I actually hope we never join this Anti-Destruction Alliance. It sounds really lame to me. You know, it sounds like... I don't know.
Intel indicates
An Avengers level organization or like a Justice League type thing, all preparing for the Secret Wars.
The emanator of the abundance, and is extremely...
And we're like...
According to my interpretation,
just this group of do-gooders on their train across the galaxy, or the entire universe, actually, not even a galaxy. Like, many of these things are galaxies and galaxies apart.
No way he could do that.
That's the divination's answer.
What I think would be cool for the storytelling is if this Anti-Destruction Alliance was building up in the background. All these other people that we know end up joining it, and we just say no, but we end up doing stuff with them all the time anyway, because we just kept running into the same places.
The term Dragon Clash could simply mean fierce battle. Could it be foreshadowing the great calamity?
Kind of like,
perhaps this prophecy has other...
kind of like Spider-Man in the old comics, where, like, for the longest time he just refused to be an Avenger. And I think he was much better that way. But he would always end up doing stuff with the Avengers because he would just end up in the same circumstances at them.
Interpretations of prophecies can lead to completely opposite outcomes. Until things become clearer, it's better to reserve judgment.
Or I guess maybe in a more
Put that aside for now. In any case, I've brought along
current MCU sense, the Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Well, how, like, everybody else is working together, the Guardians of the Galaxy are just there.
Giving us a brief chance at victory.
What is it?
I would prefer that to be our position.
I'm sorry, but fate has shifted once again. I must take my leave. To put everyone on the Express at ease, I solemnly swear that Mr. Sunday won't be obligated to do anything for the Cienjo. On the contrary, our delegation will give him every ounce of aid within our power.
What did you say, General?
Aid within our power? She's gone.
Whoa, that was quick. Madame Yao must be really busy.
Has she vanished into thin air like this before?
Yes. I don't know the details myself. With Madame Yao, it often happens and no one knows when she'll return. She doesn't do it on purpose. Allow me to apologize on her behalf.
No worries. At least we know what the Cienjo is up to. Right now, 2 companions from the Express are still trapped somewhere. He and I must head to the tavern to uncover some clues.
I don't know. Like, I keep staring at this digital blackboard in the background. I don't know how I feel about a digital blackboard. It would save a lot on chalk.
I'll go with you.
But
No, you and Sunday
I think I would
together
miss
with
the sounds.
We're not at the point where
Like the
we need to
visceral
hide
parts of it.
reinforcements.
If you could like generate an engine where as you're writing on the digital chalkboard to where it sounds like you're writing with chalk, maybe I'd be in on it.
Baseless worries.
Which probably wouldn't be the hardest thing to do in the world, but you'd have to install speakers to your chalkboard, which is just like another extra feature. It's going to cost more. Or you can install smaller speakers to the stylus. That might be the better way to do it. So the chalk sound isn't coming oddly from some space on the board that's not matching where you're writing. It's coming from about the point where you're writing, as it would if you're writing with chalk. That's probably the better way to do it, too. I'm selling myself on this idea.
Greetings, benefactor. It's been many days since we met in Penacony, and I've been thinking of you daily.
Tired of seeing like animal ear people? Yeah, well, that's just how they do it.
Skills are meager. Madame Yao praised my resolve to kill my enemies.
At least in this case, they're aliens.
She sought. That's why she assigned
Right.
me to
In
serve under her command for this
like Genshin is animal ear people, and I guess they're kind of the equivalent of having elves in their world, except they also have like long knife-eared people too, so they have elves in their world. But it's like it's weird to have all these different races of things on the same planet in that way, just arbitrarily. Here in Star Rail, it's like, well, we're in space. We could run into like anyone, anywhere, anything. So I kind of like give it more of a pass here.
Apart from the ever-absent Patina Justice, she's likely the most mysterious of the Arbiter Generals. I'm sure there's no mortal danger. Please forgive my jest, benefactor. Being around Madame Yao has gotten me into the habit of cracking jokes all the time. Her actions may seem inscrutable, but she always provides what you need ahead of time. That's why even those who grumble still carry out her orders with diligence. In truth, doesn't she seem more like a shrewd merchant than a diviner? But then, when have any Arbiter Generals ever been ordinary? Don't go back on your word, benefactor. We can find a local bar and share a drink while we chat. Madame Yao instructed me to meet
I
her
do
at a
find
if she disappeared.
the animal-eared people to be slightly more realistic than full, like, furred anthro people for one main reason. And it's more of, not necessarily the face shapes, you could still have slightly more animalistic face shapes. I think that would still be it, but you'd either have, like, virtually no hair, like short furred with that, or you'd have the amount of hair humans do, for the same reason we lost our hair. Right? It's either that, or your animal people need to be walking around basically naked.
I understand Miss Himiko's intentions. I'll leave March and Mr. Yang in your care.
Or maybe they developed completely in like a really, really polar environment to where they would have clothes and hair, but like...
Blade's appearance means the Stellaron hunters are also on the move in this world.
Man, they're probably not comfortable in most places we are.
This mission to play in Arcadia is of the utmost importance. I will accompany General Yao Guang to uncover the Stellaron hunters' schemes. Whatever happens this time, I hope it won't put any of you in danger. I'll do my best to make sure of that.
Though the funnier thing about it,
Those two are
No, maybe the tail would still have hair, just because the tail would be a hard thing to clothe.
Teacher? And the security officers are turning a blind eye to all this?
But it'd be actually funny if like people thought about their animal races more.
For now.
And you actually had like a race of people where they had tail sleeves,
The longer we delay, the worse
maybe like completely closed, because you know the tail is a very important part of the body that they might want to protect. So like naturally, you would start making clothes around protecting that. You know, it's literally your spine. So then like their tails would be furless.
Such a game.
But because they have furless tails, they also sleeve their tail. But their tails also became furless because they started sleeving them. You know, like it's like a feedback loop, which is often how
Posted on how things go.
evolutionary change happens anyway, over many, many generations. They have like lion fur. Yeah, let me say like either very, very short fur, but you might have like manes. Yeah. Or you could have very, very loose, sparse fur that looks thick, but if you were actually like run your hands through it, you would realize that it's not actually as thick as it looks. Or no hair at all. I think those are probably the directions things would go. Right, like we're often called the hairless ape.
Can reflect the shape of one's soul.
But if you put the criticism like their face shape should probably still be different than humans, that's one I would fully agree with.
Decorative arts, ravens often symbolize the hidden desires
like
and whispers.
they'd probably still become flatter over time. Ours have. Probably for a lot of the same reasons. But that doesn't mean it should look exactly like ours, Like you could flatten a cat's face, and a cat's face wouldn't suddenly become ours face just because you flattened it.
Event is also about gaining a deeper understanding of this Arcadia. Just as one cannot miss the Charmony Festival when visiting Penacony.
In fact, actually, I think a series that was pretty good about this was Star Trek: The Original Series, right? Where they would sometimes change certain features of the face, a lot of times just through simple makeup.
After putting it on, I seem to hear curious voices. The mask whispers to me.
And it would be on a human's face, but you would change it just enough so where it doesn't quite look like a human's face anymore.
Arcadia laugh with joy.
And I don't even know if it's because they were so scientifically inclined that they want to do that. It could just be a byproduct of all your actors are humans, so there's only so much you could do.
Good luck.
But like doing minor prosthetics to make a human face look more like a cat face would probably be pretty close to a cat-like creature becoming more hominid over time.
The IPC masked fool.
Yeah, I also think it's the latter. It's incidentally good.
Some came for the Alliance. Some for the Eon's game. Whatever their reasons, a storm is brewing in the skies over this world. But at least we got some good news. Sunday has joined the Phantasmoon Games. He can help us in our showdown against Sparksy. Let's rendezvous with Sparkle at the tavern. We must uncover why Sparksy entered the Phantasmoon Games, and what sort of Sparksicon she's got planned for Graphia Academy. When I was little, I heard a few urban legends. They say the entrance to the tavern exists behind every single door in this land. But those who aren't invited, or haven't found their destined path, can never step inside. This time, we already have the Fool's invitation in hand. As for the key to open the door, there's a silly rhyme on the back of the business card. For revelry and drinks galore, no need to search from door to door. Heed the fool's riddle with care to find the key that leads you there. So, about the fool's riddle, got any leads?
You know, there's sometimes in storytelling, like, technically everything in a story is convenient because you're writing a story, right? Like, you decide what happens. So, somebody saying, like, oh, isn't that convenient? Isn't really like a criticism of a story. But sometimes there are things that feel a little too convenient that it just doesn't feel as interesting. And in this case, one of the things that feel a little too convenient to me isn't that the Masked Fool's Tavern that's been set up since 1.0 is on a planet that worships Aha. That makes perfect sense. The Masked Fools worship Aha. You know, they're of the elation.
I get it now.
The thing that seems a little too convenient is that Himiko's homeworld happens to be the same world that the Fool's Tavern is on. That's just personal. That feels a little too convenient. But yeah, like I was saying, anytime somebody says something feels a little too convenient, all that means is to that person, it takes the interest out of it, like the intrigue. And to a lot of people, that may not be an issue here.
Many generations ago, the Dove Brook was already a river flowing with countless legends. It's no surprise the door to the tavern lies hidden among them.
I'm going the wrong way. Oh, you know what? I actually just thought of a really good example of an animal person in a space setting where they did the makeup really well to make him look more like an animal person, and I think it was fitting. And that's Barf the Mog from Spaceballs, played by John Candy. Half man, half dog. I'm my own best friend. But if he wasn't supposed to be half man, half dog, which was the joke, and that was just like a pure dog-like alien species, that would be a really good design for one. We've all seen Spaceballs? No, well, you and I have seen it, and for the most part, I think we're the only people here right now. Oh, I know, there are actually several people here. But I've talked to many people who have never seen Spaceballs. It's a very popular thing, but there are lots of many popular things. There's many popular things I've never seen.
Bean sprouts and noodle soup. It all feels like it was just yesterday.
But hello, lurkers. I hope you guys are having a good time. You don't ever need to feel like you have to engage. I myself like lurking when watching a lot of this stuff. I feel you. A lot of times I like to have things on in the background while I'm working on something, and obviously, you know, when you're working on something, you don't want to engage in the chat. I just appreciate that you're here.
In the blink of an eye, 15 years have passed. Hard to believe someone as reckless and willful as me became the navigator of the Astral Express. Now's not the time to wax sentimental. We've reached the banks of the Dove Brook. So, where's the tavern entrance hidden?
Let's see. Yep, now we're going back into the warp pipes. I'm going to do some 2D platforming. Again, it's the best part of this entire place is all the 2D platforming. I've been enjoying this a lot. I don't know how well this plays on mobile, but I assume it's not bad because I used to play Honkai Impact 3rd on mobile, and you have to play the Homu games, and those played pretty well. You know, almost like emulating. Where's it coming out? There we go. Emulating an old 2D platformer. So I think this probably does well enough on mobile. Oh, I need that. Why does he jump down the pipe? Probably because they didn't bother to make an animation of that for every single character in the game, so they just decided it would be better not to. Because no character in this game has a jumping animation anyway. Now, I think it's fair criticism to say they should have made an animation for that, for every character in the game. I would definitely agree with it. But I'm just answering why.
Hey, folks! Have y'all heard the joke about the Dove Brook? Yeah, one day, a criminal escaped from prison. He ran for his life, but just when freedom seemed within reach, the Dove Brook blocked his path. With his pursuers closing in, the man prayed to the river. I am hammered by the law, stained with filth. Oh, pure flowing waters, please do not swallow me. The voice from the Dove Brook replied, there's a pedestal of light upon the water. Step on it and you can cross. The criminal wept. What pedestal of light? It's only the moon mirrored on the water, an image that shatters at a touch. If I step on it, I'll fall in and drown. Guess how the Dove Brook answered him. The Dove Brook said, you're not hammered at all. Otherwise, how could you still tell the moon from a pedestal?
That's such a dry joke.
It's fine. You don't have to buy me a drink as long as I can make you laugh.
Sorry though, I myself like dry humor, so I can't complain.
That joke sounds like a hint. Could he be a fool from the tavern? Maybe if we find the fragile moon he mentioned, we'll find the way into the tavern.
The moon's reflection. So fragile it shatters at a touch.
Oh, we gotta... No, I don't want to go down the pipe. I want to talk to that thing.
Whether looking up or down, they all see the same phantom moon when gazing at the sky. We've gazed at the sky already, so next... From this angle, the moon's reflection is right here. It does look strange in the water.
I like how the moon looks different in every single place here that we go to.
Tavern, then this moon must be the door lock. Come on, let's take a closer look at this strange moon.
Why is the moon so huge? Because that's the way it looks in this area. The moon is not real. That's something you gotta keep in mind. Or, it is real, but it's not real in the same way that, like, the humans from even this world, but outside this world are real. Right? This entire place, I mentioned it before, it's kind of like if Foster's home from Imaginary Friends, or for Imaginary Friends, was a planet. So, there's these creatures here called Imagini. I was trying to show you one, but then she cut me off. I guess the thing I just popped was one, too. But there's these creatures around, here's one, too, that are Imagini. They're brought to life through the wish power of the individuals that live here. And the moon, I believe, is also kind of like that, though I think that it has more to do with Aha than just the individual Imagini. Okay, I only came back out of the pipe so I could clear that path.
Keep going. Chase that moon's reflection.
Like even this little cube thing next to me, that's an imaginary friend. Technically, the person we're after, Sparksy, is an imaginary friend. Well, possibly. There's some things around who's the real one and who's not. But
Looks like the fool was
Um,
the moon's shadow to shatter the moon.
Sparkle had a VTuber that she used for live streaming. That's one of her masks, and she abandoned it, and the mask came to life. So now the VTuber is its own thing.
Let's try again.
In some ways, it's also a similar concept to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where the tunes are alive.
Is that a key? The moon is about to break. Let's try again. The key has dissolved into the water. The water's surface is about to change. Look, the tavern's shadow has appeared.
In fact, Happy is much closer. Yeah. Happy's also about that stuff. But this is almost like if humans in Toontown coexisted, like they all moved together. I've seen the previews for Happy. I know what you're talking about. I have not actually watched the movie. I could not tell you the fine details about it at all, but I do know the core premise. So when you bring it up, I know what you mean. Ooh, is this good? Happy was a show. I wouldn't been able to know if it was a show or a movie. I just saw the trailer for it when it was new. This stats suck, I think. Well, it's not that it sucks. I just kind of want double crit. And it's HP. I don't know who I don't think we're going to get an HP scaling elation character. Most adults couldn't see the imaginary friends, though. Well, then that would actually make it further from this. The Roger Rabbit would still be closer than Happy would be, because everybody can see the imaginary. But also like Roger Rabbit, right? Like part of the thing was about what rights do tunes have, working and everything. That's like a big thing in there, especially in the original Who Murdered Roger Rabbit, right before it was adapted. There was a lot about like what rights do tunes have. There's a lot of that in the background here about the Imagini.
I almost forgot. You're a full-fledged trailblazer now.
Whee! Is that everything that's here? 80%. No, I missed something somewhere. I'll come back and get it later. Now we're finally in the home of the masked fools.
World's End Tavern.
No. Allow me to correct you. If you think this is all there is to the tavern, you're sorely mistaken. Like a single grape on a great bunch, this is just the part where the tavern connects to this world.
Sorry, but this looks like a regular lounge.
The so-called called Plain Arcadia isn't really an Arcadia either, but...
There's Asheville in the background there with his narrator monkey.
If you're looking for something that's true to its name, take a ride on the Astral Express. Funny thing is, it's literally a trail. You know, can't find a single trace of astronautical engineering on it. Wait, you two are navigator of the Astral Express and the raccoon on board, right? I've seen you in the news.
I am the Galactic Baseballer.
Friends, a big shot is here. A real knee slapper incoming.
Really? From the Express?
No freaking way. Enthusiast, are you?
Express folks come to the tavern too?
Do they even have a sense of humor? Can I get your autograph?
Sorry to sole my foot. I'll never wash it again.
Everyone, curb your curiosity. These two are my guests. Even the most mischievous among you should know when to stop and mind your manners.
Oh, well, if it isn't little Spark.
Sparkle is probably the person at the tavern you'd want to mess with the least. But also the fact that everybody here is Masks fools, they probably can't help but mess with somebody you shouldn't mess with. It's like in their nature.
Oh my! Wouldn't a masked fool be better off without the fool? An empty mask sounds even better, no? Put him on mute for 2 hours. If no one flushes him down the golden confessional, he'll be back to hassle me again in 2 hours.
Okay. So I didn't pick that one the first time. I wanted to know if he actually was coming back or not. Apparently she just kind of like
Guests without interruptions.
vanished him, spirited him away for a couple hours into his mask or whatever. The one I picked before was the whole, is he still alive? Which she cracked a joke about, well, you could ask many of these people if any of these fools were alive in the first place. Okay, catch you later, Fizz. Asheville, what are you doing here?
His wary gaze sizes up the young person before him for a moment. He offers a slight nod in greeting. Your curious gaze circles him. Is that thing by his side a talking monkey?
A slumber nana monkey.
What's that?
Kid, I believe you're confusing me with some other primates you've met.
Oh, sorry. My mistake.
I mean, you look exactly like one, so you have to understand the confusion there. I could unlock the top floor, but I think we need to progress more than anything.
All right, you two. First round's on me. What'll it be?
Give me the strongest, most hardcore drink you've got.
We're not here to drink. Time's ticking. Did you find anything on Sparksy?
Don't pull a long face.
I would say that's the thing that seems the most in character to the Trailblazer to say. But really, all of the options are in character to the Trailblazer. Really, it just depends how you've been consistently playing them.
Sparksy. She did come here disguised as me. I called Giovanni. You might not remember him. He's the poor sap who drew the short straw to manage the storage area recently.
And I think since I typically play into the whole galactic baseballer thing since the moment it was available, that is kind of how I've been consistently playing them.
Of mimetic virus.
A mimetic virus. No wonder she could take over Graphia Academy and distort Marge and Weld's cognition, making them believe they're a student and teacher.
She wants to turn everyone into fools?
This so-called Sparksicon is a front for spreading a mimetic virus.
Knowing that isn't enough. What type of mimetic virus is she spreading? What are the symptoms? We need more on her plans and actions before we can counter it.
Thought of that already. So I visited a few friends and learned where the imposter's been haunting. To dig up details, we'll have to get hands-on.
Lead the way, then.
Let's move. Stay close.
Yep. I'm the one who knocks. It's a Breaking Bad reference.
Oh, despair, ye who enter. If you want to pass, then amuse me. By the way, hate to ask, you're not a hardened
The abandon all despair? That's an inversion of abandon all hope ye who enters from, like, the Inferno, right?
Isn't this the Tavern of the Elation? Don't you welcome the laughter, gracing you with their presence?
You're wrong. It's not that they are welcome. See that? The fools put up a sign over there. Aha! And morning actors, stay clear from the door. Stay clear!
Ridiculous as it sounds, it's true. After 666 invitations to AHA went unanswered, the younger fools voted to expel the laughter from the Pact of Elation.
Oh, I get it. It's like students expelling a teacher from a classroom. The action is meaningless. The message is loud and clear, though.
All right, Mr. Doorway. I assure you that none of us three is AHA, and none is a morning actor.
Oh, it's Sparkle. Is it really Sparkle? Is not someone else pretending to be Sparkle?
You can never know it's Sparkle.
And I don't care. Listen up, Gray.
Sometimes it's someone Sparkle hypnotized and brainwashed or like disguised into being Sparkle, pretending to be Sparkle the whole time. And then Sparkle reveals that she was pretending to be the other person the whole time.
And then?
I said it. A joke.
Oh, poor child. A bad joke is more pitiful than melancholy.
Well, we can always open it by force.
I'm gonna break you open.
Didn't expect you to have the pull to get me into the tavern. As expected of a detective's assistant.
Back when I still had a sense of humor, a fool gave me an invitation. You can thank him for that. You're really going to see the Stellaron Hunter case through? They can only pay you in dirty money, you know.
What else can I do? The boys need the money. credits aren't black or white, they're ones and zeros.
All right. I reached out to Costide. He said that one of the 3 people who stole the mask looked familiar. He might have seen them in the news. Based on his description, I spent ages sketching the suspect's portrait. And I suspect it might be Don Hung, the nameless from the Astral Express.
Costide. You owe him another favor. No paying this one back, huh? Speaking of which, Don Hung. That's a Xianzhou name, isn't it? Where have I heard that name before? It sounds so familiar. So, which of these 3 is Don Hung? The one with gray hair? The redhead? Or that black-haired girl who looks like she's ready to stir up trouble at any moment?
Neither of them. None of them are Dun Hung.
No, don't tell me yet. Let me guess. I know a bit of the Xianzhou language. The word Dun can mean red. So Don Hung is the lady with red hair.
In fact, you were technically slightly closer by saying black hair.
Skills never fail to impress. Fine, I'll just give you the answer. None of these 3 is Don Hung. Oh, do you even watch the news?
TV, newspapers, the internet? It's all fake news. What do you expect me to look at?
Let's get down to business.
That's fair, Asheville.
I couldn't find
It's
any
very fair.
trace of Don Hung's actions. It's like someone wiped them clean. So I decided to try a different approach. Keep tabs on the other members of the Express crew. Maybe following their trail will lead to clues about the mask.
The narrator's
They're heading deeper into the tavern.
a little more of the detective than Asheville is.
I see, gray hair. The tavern not inviting you sooner was their loss. Come on in.
Is the drink in these barrels really brewed from jokes?
Yep, you know your stuff, man.
Just heard some rumors, that's all.
I'll take the free treasure. Yeah, we could do one of these floating grease levels. I don't think this should cut into our progress too much. If I remember, this was actually pretty easy too. Because this one doesn't actually involve a lot of rotation. I think the only one I need to rotate for is that last one. Super simple. I don't know why I just checked the stats on a purple. I'm never going to equip a purple.
Where's this?
Ta-da! Welcome to the dazzling lights of the Bliss Star. The heart of the tavern, Plain Arcadia's dazzling dance floor. There are some tasteless
This room
who consider this place to
is
be
huge.
for keeping the laughter going.
Like almost impossibly huge for where it's located. And I like that.
Shake away that sadness until it's all well mixed with the joy in your body. That huge light orb up there. For a tavern, it's as essential as the Phantom Moon in the sky. If we get the chance, I can take you inside for a real eye-opener. Speaking of which, 2 months ago, Some idiot, after downing hundreds of drinks, had the bright idea to knock it down with a super overlord spinning top. So, we had to reinforce the blue star with a steel frame around it, and seal it inside the world in canvas. Aha! Take care! Weren't they banned from the tavern?
Yeah, well, Aha probably wouldn't take care of anything, though. He doesn't really care about anything.
They took care of it. They just egged someone on to blow the place sky high.
This fool you're talking about. It wouldn't happen to be Sparksy, would it?
If it were, I'd already be tied to that light orb as the scapegoat.
I like how,
The next stop
we
is
have
the Golden Confessional.
an Eon that is tied to nihilism, and then the opposite. I think it has to do with how Aha ascended too.
A place.
But Aha is absurdism.
Well, words won't do it justice.
And I've always liked absurdism. I think it's a really fun philosophy, especially when it comes to writing fiction. Like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy falls under absurdism. Ooh, I can get this one. We get our teleport here. And the general principle of like absurdism is that is the game failing to load something? I can't move. But the general principle of absurdism is that nothing matters, so it's whatever you want matters. I think a scene was supposed to load, and the scene failed to load. Holy. I know the target's close by. Okay, you know what? I know what I have to do. Oh, I have to hold it. We're gonna have to go back to the login screen and re-log in. If something like that fails to load, that's the only way we can do this. We have to re-log in from the login screen. I think what was supposed to happen is there's supposed to be a dialogue with Sparkle there telling us how to use that music box. You put in like a directional code, almost like a cheat code in an old video game. But it just didn't load up. And now we were stuck and couldn't do anything. There we go. This did not load for some reason.
Let me show you how to open a path. Play according to the sheet music, and the path will naturally open up.
There we go.
The wristband here actually changed color with the lights.
Just another night at the tavern. Fun, right?
The tavern's a really cool place, though. I like how it's basically spatially inconsistent, which is definitely the type of place that a bunch of fools would hang out in. And our old buddy Sampo Kuski is here.
I came to the bar, knocked back a few shots of Bomb's first drop, then headed here. The Golden Confessional is an emergency shelter for fools who've had one drink too many. Here, we shed our excess baggage before marching light-footed into the next second.
The Golden Confessional is the Golden Confessional, not some random bathroom.
I'm glad Sampo's back.
well,
He's one of my favorite characters in the game.
Sparkle said you be coming to the tavern. Old Sampo's heart is bursting with joy. And a teensy bit of sorrow. How did Sparkle
I hope he
me to admire
has like a bigger role as this planet goes forward.
You knew? And what made you link me to this place? That's kinda harsh, bro. Hello, Miss Himiko. Long time no see.
Mr. Sampo, hello. What business brings you here this time?
No business. Just here to repay an old favor.
Ms. Fool here sent me a message asking for H-E-L-P. Someone's been parading around the tavern impersonating her.
Well, now, this is some juicy news. Miss Sparkle's usually the one impersonating others, but look how the tables have turned. The trickster's getting a taste of her own medicine.
Shush, Sampo. I brought you here to repay a favor, not to gossip about me.
Oh, I've suffered the embarrassment of losing my mask myself. Thanks to Miss Sparkle's mercy, I didn't end up stranded, so here I am today, ready to help.
I'm not surprised that Sampo is the type of person who would owe Sparkle a favor. I am surprised that Sparkle would do him a favor.
What are we doing?
Naturally, we'll fish around in these thrones where humans dump their worries and find the worries that Miss Sparksy left behind.
You want us to unclog your toilet?
Don't be too shocked, you two. Let me share a little secret about how we past fools stay mentally healthy. Drink a mood lifter like Bomb's first drop, and all the harmful memoria in your body, you know, the pain, the worries, gets purged in one go. That's how fools pull pranks and have a blast without a shred of guilt.
So, all that memoria has settled under this bathroom. And you want to sift through it to find Sparksy's worries.
I like how uncomfortable Himiko sounds with this entire plan.
If luck's on our side, maybe we'll even dig up the secrets.
But I think this is also why the Masked Fools is the best faction.
You don't look so
Because everything about them is just humor. Even toilet humor.
Doing this barehanded? I refuse.
Oh, don't worry. When has old Sempo ever come unprepared? Trust me, I won't let you get off that easy. Emotional impact drill. Sorry. Wrong gadget. Oh, this one. Hey, have you heard of a dowsing rod? Well, forget it. I'll spare you the theory. Oh, I tuned the drill bit to resonate with Sparkle's temperament. It'll drill out memoria fountains with similar emotions. But fair warning, use it carefully. It's been a week since Sparksy was here. Keep your guard up in case something else comes bursting out.
if you ask me, leave it to luck.
We don't have time for luck. My radar says that pompous imposter would pick the highest spot to vent. Exactly. The Golden Throne. Give it a try.
Bro, pick a spot to drill and start mining that gold.
Sampo, does this thing even work?
Of course it works. Don't you trust your old pal, Sampo?
Would anybody trust Sampo? For anything? Literally? We'll get to this in a second. I kind of got hung up while they were talking, emptying the dishwasher. I can get back to it later. I know we can just go straight for the Golden Throne, but I think we're going to go hit up the other spots, especially because I believe one of them is a battle, and we just don't do enough fighting during the main story, if you ask me. Violent splashing sound came from the bucket as if human worries were about to burst forth. Suddenly, something emerged from the sewer.
Watch out, bro! Must be some weird thing a fool dumped into the sewers, huh? Which irresponsible exorcist did
Oh,
this?
why are we on auto? Stop it.
The tavern sewer system is not a dump.
Stars favor us.
Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer?
懲りないやつだ。カラドボルグ。ドレスオン。ヒャ。I am the bond of my soul, unlimited. Blade works.
That team is so fun to play.
もう少し手応えがあると思った。
The only problem is, like, I feel I'm not using Yao Guang to her full potential in most fights, because even though I have an undertuned archer, like mine doesn't do a lot of damage compared to what he should be doing, the fights still just end way quicker than she actually gets to do an aha moment, or aha instance. Violent splashing sound came from the bucket as if human worries were about to burst forth. Suddenly, something emerged from the sewer.
What? That doesn't seem like something she'd be worried about.
After going through all this trouble to sneak in, thought I'd go down in a blaze of glory if I got caught. What the heck is going on with this place? Have the masked fools really fallen this far? Me?
No, this makes sense. Instead of going out in a blaze of glory, if you got caught by a bunch of fools, they would try to give you a swirly or like flush you down a toilet instead.
I'm very sad right now. Let me tell you about my tragic mission. After the tavern issued a ban on mourning actors, I painstakingly snuck in here to reveal to them the truth that destiny is eternally sorrowful. I failed. I smashed every obstacle during the infiltration, only for the outcome to smash me. Yesterday, I went on stage at the bar and revealed my true identity to everyone, and told them a tragic tale, bracing myself for their harshest punishment and farthest exile. But these fools kept whistling from below, and some bought me several rounds. Someone even came up on stage to hug me, praising me as the unprecedented masked fool. This is utterly
I hear something. It's got to be in sight somewhere, right? Does it sound like there's a chest nearby?
Give me a glass of today's bad taste joke.
Maybe I just can't get to it. Maybe it's a quest-related one. Oh well. Or it could be, you know what? There's a raccoon around here. It's probably inside the raccoon world. That's the very confusing thing is you can hear the chests that are inside the platformers from outside of the platformers. It's probably like up there or something. You draw near the throne that is radiating an aura of supreme power, it unquestionably made of solid gold. Every atom that makes it up came from neutron star collisions and supernova bursts. Yet, the masked fools forged these precious tears of the stars into vessels to hold human worries. Perhaps in their eyes, this was their way of playing a cosmic joke. You notice a problem. Compared to the towering throne, you're way too small to reach and dip the drill bit into the water.
Sempo? How did you get up there just now?
Oh, right! Silly me. Through that pipe on the side.
Yeah, that's obviously going to be our way to get into everything. That's not the pipe they want us to go into. This is the pipe he wants us to go into. Trailblazemon, Digivolves 2. I love Digimon. That's a good reference. Mega Trailblazemon. That would be the preferred one. Mega Trailblazemon. This is one of my favorite Digivolutions was a Kabuterimon. Digivolves 2. Mega Kabuterimon. The Golden Throne emanates a dazzling aura of authority. You're generally afraid you might slip and fall right into it. You forcibly thrust the drill bit into the toilet. Suddenly, the toilet starts gushing water violently, and something emerges from the drain.
See? What did I tell you? The imposter's worries have appeared. What a rare sight. Sparksicle used to always connect with everyone online. But now, for the first time, she's meeting her fans through the sewer network. Sorry, but we're your haters. Come clean now. What are you planning to do with that mimetic virus you stole? Use Sparksicon as a front to turn everyone into mindless zombies or dancing monkeys? How could I ever harm my dearest, most beloved fans?
You took an entire school of teachers and students hostage and turned them into your puppets to help you enter the Phantasmoon games. You're going to argue that you did it all for them?
Of course I did. From the very first day I was created, I've been doing exactly what my creator asked of me. Listening to every fan's questions, empathizing with their pain and troubles. They feel insecure about being ordinary, cry when ignored by those they like, and strive to stand out because they desperately want others' approval. Sparksy hears every wish, and she answers. During these fantasy games, I'll grant their wishes through the ceremony of the Master of Elation.
Of course, now that I think about it, actually, which choice are we picking? By brainwashing them? And now that I think about it, though, in name, the Digimon that would be most close to Trailblazemon would probably be Trailmon from the Digimon Frontier season. Which would also be thematically the closest one, since it was a train. Oh, those trains were cool.
You must have heard that saying. In the future, everyone gets their 15 minutes of fame. Now, that moment has come.
We actually ended up watching that one in our Discord not too long ago. I think, what was it? Sometime late last year? Maybe, or maybe not late, maybe it was closer to the summertime. Mid last year, we ended up watching through Digimon Frontier. I think the reason was two of them. One, it was partially inspiration to a story I was writing. The other one is because, funnily, it is like the least Digimon story. It would probably be a better series if it wasn't Digimon. But it's a really good series if you divorce most of Digimon from it.
Bro, what part of this is salating?
I love that response.
The fun elation, the laughter, the fools, the IPC. Or every me seeking joy on the Arcadian internet. Contrary to popular belief, the masters of the Fantasy games were never us, the supplicants, but the spectators watching us. Sadly, the Inter-Astral Peace Network showed people other worlds in the cosmos. Once horizons widen, expectations climb. Nothing they hear or see feels fresh, interesting, or thrilling enough. And everyone fears that they're outdated, uninteresting, or unexciting in others' eyes. So the world's like a derailed train, racing toward thrills and madness. Nameless. Am I wrong?
Are you wrong? Would a bundle of worries even recognize us?
Bingo! You got it. I'm a part of her. Wherever there's a screen, wherever my audience is, my eyes and ears will be there too. I want to see how far you in this outdated model can go. The harder you struggle, the more spectacular it'll be when I live stream the Astral Express cruise derailment at Sparksicon. I'm looking forward to your resistance, Nameless.
Oh, heads up, everyone! She's getting serious.
Oh, there's a fight. I forgot to re-up my shield before doing anything else. This could be painful.
Gallows humor, jokes they found online, saying they were absolutely hilarious. But all he did was show me a video of someone being killed.
We're probably gonna have to do a full rotation before I even do any damage. Oh, well, I mean, we could use our aha instance. Yeah, we'll wait.
People always say
It lasts 2 turns now, like I could pull him up now if I wanted to, and it wouldn't make much of a difference. But there's really not any point
an explosive start.
when we could just get our skill points already. Oh, that's gonna be painful. Painful, painful. These guys hurt a lot.
This is permanent. Psycho Tuts.
Oh yeah, we still want more. We'll wait till Sparkle's next turn.
A bad omen. Don't thank me. Divination says this will hurt.
Oh, we're not even. Our archer's not even gonna get to go. That's funny. I mean, that is the benefit of having Yao Guang on the team, though, right? Like, at least you're still getting damage off while you're ramping Archer up.
Anything about being your thug? You owe me compensation for emotional damage.
Everyone's going to
Though usually it doesn't take that long to ramp Archer up.
crawl out of the money pit for a moment, will you?
Especially something like MOC, where you can use all of your techniques right before the fight. Then you don't have to use any of your skill points, really, to set up Yao Guang's field or Dan Heng's shield or
sharing information.
anything like that.
Streaming and virtual idols. We'd never even heard of them. Coming back now feels like stepping into a foreign land. Like returning home.
Dude, I feel you, Himiko. That's how the internet in general just kind of feels. Being an older person on it.
It's just madness wrapped in a cheerful shell.
Like, I came onto the internet right around the time
Powerless to stop
where it was changing from purely bulletin board systems into media sites. But even then, that was still more heavily based on the bulletin board systems. You spent most of your time in forums. And then right around the time I was in high school was about when social media was invented, and it really didn't take control of everything yet. It was building up. It wasn't until after I graduated, I think, that it just all landslid into social media this, social media that.
Well-ordered Herta space station.
Like, even YouTube early on almost functioned a little bit more like a forum, and in some ways it still works like a board if you go into the comments.
Now that you folks have a lead on
Like, that part of it's still there.
spirit, old Sempo's calling it a day.
But people use it more like a social media than anything else.
The Astral Express always has a way of handling crisis.
That or a
doesn't
business.
it? With big shots here, a sidekick like me doesn't need to steal the spotlight.
No, Sampo, you can stay. You're cool.
Oh, if you run into trouble, you can always ring old Sempo then. I'll even give you folks a special discount. Sort of. Well then, farewell, everyone.
On one hand, I don't blame him for wanting to, like, dip out of this planet. In case we fail, who wants to become Sparksy, right?
Fatal joke.
But on the other hand, you could help us prevent that from happening in the first place. Yeah, give me that 0.5% of health back.
This place feels more like a maze than a tavern.
Well, it is a space-time maze after all.
Is there anything up here? Yes, coins. I want my coins.
Man, I really wish we had one of these light orbs on the Express.
Or, wait, no. Stop it. There's got to be something down. Of course there is. Open the shortcut, and let's go. The way that this tavern kind of functions like an interdimensional subspace also kind of explains how Sampo gets around everywhere that he goes.
One player short for a card game. Thank you.
Why is there a hospital hidden?
Right, remember all the way back in Bellabog, like, you know, if everything's off limits, you know, if you can't use the tram, how do you keep getting back up between the surface and the underworld? It's like, oh, because he was taking shortcuts in space the whole time, and he just knocked us out so we couldn't know.
Trouble in the tavern, like scattering nosewalker parasite ticks in every corner, or spiking the beer barrels with truth serum that makes people spew insults. For each time the whole place goes topsy-turvy, there's always some fool who, in the spirit of elation, volunteers to treat them. Yep, they get sent right here to Fatal Joke. Huh, strange. Why isn't there even a fake doctor around today?
So the doctors aren't real here either, so it's, I don't know.
Even if some fool claims to have a legit medical license, you wouldn't dare trust them.
No, I wouldn't.
Attention patients, please refrain from eating beef hot pot in the hallway. If you wish to dine,
They probably get their license from studying the funny bone.
join you. Thank you. Would Dr. Hartman from plastic surgery please report to the director's office immediately? This hospital doesn't even have a plastic surgery department. Who on earth are you? Dr. Zhongshan from mental health care, please report to exam room 1. We're one player short for cards. Thank you.
Is this a theater or a hospital?
Yes.
Alert. Patient detected ahead. Patient detected ahead. Please line up in an orderly fashion for registration and wait for the doctor to begin consultations.
Patient number 01, Akavilli. Is there a Mr. Akavilli? Mr. Akavilli, diagnosed with Stellaron symptoms per the records. Are you present?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Proceed to exam room 1.
They called you by name, Mr. Akavilli? You might as well go take a look.
That is what AHA always refers to me as when we're, or actually it's what everyone refers to you as, but specifically AHA when we're in the simulated universe. Okay, you know what, before I forget, at least get that one going. Oh. That's the important one, I just need my shield up.
You're finally back, Akavilli. I've reviewed your clinical records. Your Stellaron symptoms are stable. Continued observation will suffice. I'm your presiding physician.
Oh.
Good news for you. You don't need
I didn't have the other option. So we've actually met this person before in the story, but I've never done that side quest on this account, so it didn't give us the option for me to recognize her.
Hello there, Miss Sparkle.
That's a neat little touch, that you only get the option if you've done the side quest already.
Doctor. But just a reminder, yours truly isn't sick. I'm perfectly healthy.
Oh, everyone who comes here says they're perfectly healthy. I've seen so many patients, and you're among the most severe. I could already make an initial diagnosis at first glance. Your ailment is loss of self. If someone can transform into 10,000 characters, would she still remember her original self?
Man, what even is the original self?
Good question. But if someone could become 10,000 characters, does the original even matter anymore? By the way, Doc, are you familiar with any treatment protocols for mimetic viruses?
Mimetic viruses. I've heard about it. The city sent over a few cases. The patients had one thing in common. They were all heavy internet users. The medical records are in the room. You can take a look if you want.
Is this Dual-Mention City? How is that possible?
The tavern's spatial structure is bizarre to begin with. It's not that strange to see Dual-Mention City here.
If it even is here. So you casually browse through the documents on your computer desktop, finding those unarchived medical records or a real parade of characters. A patient claims to be Enna incarnate. Oh, the Order. Yeah, and those who give them a thumbs up are blessed pathriders of the Order. That's funny. The next record is even more absurd. The patient claims that he is Enna, and that the person who claims to be Enna is actually Yao Shi, who has gone mad. Next page, the patient searches everywhere for the space bar, believing that their system lacks a jump function. I like that one. Next page. Yo Guang, female, homeland, Yushui. Species, humanoid, category, celestial subspecies. Department, temporal. Chief complaint, usual chronological disease. The disease has lasted for 30 years and causes skips of space-time induced misplacement. The disease has temporarily been dubbed temporal dislocation. That's interesting. I don't want to read her entire life story right now, but it explains why she's like phasing in and out of existence in front of us. History, infinite lifespan. In a stable state with no risk of becoming Mara-struck. Well, that's pretty good for her, I guess. Prescription, carry sugar pills to ensure regular intakes of sugar. And attaches long-term leave permit, declaration rejected by the patient. Placebos. The prescription is like, here, have some placebos. We're telling you they're placebos too. It'll make you feel better.
Are these General Yao Guang's medical records?
You instinctively look away. Some things are better left unknown.
The medical records are on the bookshelf. First pile on the left.
Sparksies virus. Anything important in here? Anything we don't basically already know from them telling us? Ability to spread through written text. That's unfortunate. Especially since we're reading written text right now. Treatment plan. Immediately isolate the patient to prevent secondary exposure to the mimetic virus. Okay. Basically make them go cold turkey from the internet. Got it. Okay, yeah, no, nothing we basically didn't already know.
To eliminate the mimetic virus, helping patient Zero face reality is a crucial phase of the treatment.
Huh? What's happening?
You've never been to Fatal Joke before?
That's not surprising. I don't spend much time at the tavern. And to reiterate, I'm perfectly healthy.
I love patients who deny their illness. I'll personally shatter their self-confidence. Miss Sparkle, I'm going to write up a detailed diagnosis report for you. In the meantime, why don't you chat with your fellow patients who share your affliction?
Gray hair, let's go. I don't want to waste any more time with this quack.
Oh.
Miss Sparkle, please wait in this room until the
I just put
consultation
some
is complete.
underdeveloped green grapes off the vine in my mouth, and they were so sour. It didn't necessarily taste bad, but I just wasn't expecting them to be that sour.
You seem happy. Yeah, I'm keeping my spirits high, just like she asked. Sparkle, you're the one who told me that a smiling mask will never have bad luck, aren't you? This world doesn't want to see too much sadness, cruelty, rage, or pain. You told me that I just need to smile, no matter what. I did everything you asked. But why did you abandon me? Right now, I just want to scream, to cry, to shout. I just want to devour you all.
Just how many masks have you thrown away?
Don't worry about it.
That one looks very similar to the one in Honkai Impact 3rd, though I feel like it had more black marks than that. Which I love the outfit they gave her in that game. They just need to make that a buyable skin in this one too. Like, I know the models don't work one-to-one.
People got my name right today than in the past week. I'm so touched.
If you were to put her Impact 3rd model right next to her Star Rail model, you would be able to see some actual differences. But it shouldn't be that hard to change the meshing of it to work with the Sparkle in this game. Like,
The Avenger who perishes with her nemesis. The lover who dies.
and unlike that one where you gave it away for free in an event, they could actually probably get away with charging in this game. Not that I'd want them to. I'd want it to be free as well, but like they could probably actually get away with charging in this game.
Why would you cruelly cast me aside? Please.
I'm not against them charging it either. It just feels kind of weird that something you unlocked for free in another game you'd have to pay for.
The worst thing an actor should do is be tied down to one type of role. Do yourself a favor and stay down.
The diagnosis results are in, Miss Sparkle.
Attention all.
Hey there. Are you also troubled by the same illness as me? What illness do you have? I once suffered from a disease called Fool. A masked fool named Sparkle grew out of me, slowly becoming one with me. She used me to bear all the pain caused by her performances, left me battered and bruised, while she slipped away from everything. But I was lucky enough to find this tumor called Sparkle. And I expelled this malignant growth from my body. You're just a tool I discarded.
Miss Sparkle, I have your results. Your main components are madness, humor, and a theatrical personality. Unfortunately, the proportions are badly imbalanced. You're beyond saving. But the silver lining is your mask has fallen off. She's free of blast.
And that's where everyone's misfortune began. None of the masks I've cast off ever had such strong opinions or such a temper.
She no longer needs to be corroded by your cancer of rationality. Now she can do anything that you wanted to do but didn't dare to do.
Ha! As if there's anything Miss Sparkle wouldn't dare to do.
For example, you don't dare wear any one mask for too long.
Ooh, called out.
Like a butterfly shedding old skin, you keep discarding every mask just so you won't be defined or bound by them. You're afraid to stop, to be stuck in some stereotype. You're afraid that one day you won't be elating enough. That's why you drew Miss Sparksy and became her online. As a dazzling mask, everyone confides in her. Everyone wants to be her. Everyone feeds her their clever ideas. You thought this would inject new life into your elation. But sadly, once the mask is on you, you become its accessory. People care only about the image the mask paints. No one cares about the you beneath. And that is why she came to life. Human recognition and desire will flow through the internet, providing nourishment for her to bloom. She'll become a bewitching flower, conforming to everyone's wishes, letting them wear her, become her, and blossom across all of plain Arcadia. What a beautiful sight. Stop? You mean treat? Yes? Cremate Sparkle. That's the best treatment I can prescribe.
And here I thought you had something clever. After all, there's only one radical cure for all suffering. Make oneself disappear, right?
Miss Sparkle, don't think I'm joking around with you. I only misbehave outside the tavern. But here, I am a doctor, without quotation marks. My treatment is real and effective. Generally, when a fool vanishes, their mask loses its power and becomes a dead thing. You're two sides of the same coin, after all. But as for Sparksy, I can't say for sure. During SparksyCon, she'll be worn by millions of ordinary people in plain Arcadia, feeding her with sustenance and strength. Your window of opportunity is therefore fleeting.
Yeah, but aren't there already people infected in the school? Like, would this... I don't think this window of opportunity would actually work anyway.
Wheel you away.
Not any better than us just going and attacking her as is.
Positively leads to a still burning star in Siduni Rama. The nurse will send you there, and that'll be the end of it.
And if I say no?
Then I'll have to be impolite. Miss Sparkle, nameless, the choice is yours. As for me, by the laughter above, I've got to catch the next ship out of this dump.
Hey! What's going on? Why am I pinned here? Gray hair. Ma'am Navigator. A little help? You need me! I can help you defeat Sparksy! Hey! What's going on?
Oh, she's gonna repeat. Okay. I want to see how much she was gonna say.
The masked fool represents what you wish to become. You use it to focus your power, but the mask will gradually bind you as well. That's why you've been avoiding Sparksy all this time. She didn't just steal a vial of mimetic virus. She stole your strength. No wonder the fool at the bar joked, when a masked fool loses their mask, what remains is just a fool.
Yes. Every fool has at least one such mask. Not mere decoration, but a part of our destiny crafted by our own hands. It might be a morning actor mask you took a liking to and stole from them. It might be a head accessory you personally...
See, my issue is I just didn't trust Sparkle the entire quest.
Or it might be something that one day...
Mostly because I don't even think Sparkle can trust Sparkle, right? Like, she might be truthfully saying the things she's saying, but it could all just be a ploy that she set up on herself.
The moment of masking one's face.
And that came from playing the Honkai Impact third quest for her, or not the main story quest, but the event that she was introduced through. Though she was in the main story quest too.
Nature of our existence as living beings.
And I think part of that is her song Monodrama. It implies that it's like she's playing all the characters.
Than I am. Do it. Press the button.
So we're gonna spam click this button
At least then.
because I wanna know what the other responses are.
You should be able to take her down easily, right? You're not actually going to press it, right?
Because when I played through this before, I did choose
to hesitate.
To not press it, but I want to see what she says.
Waiting is torture, you know. You're not doing this on purpose to punish me, are you? Hey, gray hair! Say something!
Frantically mash buttons.
Hey, gray hair! Have you forgotten our friendship? You'll make the button smoke at this rate. Too bad. I took the battery out of the button earlier while no one watched. It was a test, and you failed.
Since the fool made her choice, she must have a plan to reclaim the mask, right?
That wasn't much of a change. She basically said almost the same thing, except for the little part where she was panicking at making the button smoke. The only difference is that it was a test and you passed.
There's a way. There's always a way. Miss Sparkle will definitely take responsibility and work together with everyone to stop Sparksicon.
What's with this applause?
Have we been watched the whole time?
Of course we have. We're in the tavern.
So the audience watched our every move in that treatment? Is this a hospital or a theater?
Yes.
That's life for you. While there's life, there's judgment. In every unseen corner, countless judging eyes are watching, diagnosing, and writing their own prescriptions.
I must admit, Fatal Joke is a fascinating place. Real shame I didn't come check it out earlier.
Ignore the spectators. They're just here for laughs. They won't help and couldn't if they tried. You said you had a way to stop Sparksy. Let's hear it. What's the plan?
I've got a few anti
Oh, hey, Julian, you're back.
in my collection.
We've made some progress.
The name says it all. These are items Miss Sparkle collected in my past adventures, and weapons that my fierce rivals once used against me. On a trip, I met a girl who shared my tastes. She had quite
That's a reference to Vita. There's a few. They're going to talk about Vita without naming her
She nearly turned
quite a
me
bit
into
in this
sparkle
spot.
paste using the local tumbleweed specialty. She also had a massive mech with beam cannons up the wazoo, ready to blast away any time.
There's also a fun little side quest where it's like a small drone version of Vita's mech
With these anti-sparkle weapons,
like ditched her, dumped her, and came here to live his own life. It's a fun side quest.
I gotta say, I'm quite the visionary. You two, let's head to the storage area next. I've already contacted Giovanni. He's doing an inventory check of the lost items there.
The suspicious part too is you look at the audience, and about half the audience is Sparkle.
When will I be able to see this in This is too much already. Your tolerance.
Here we go. Isn't letting me attack for some reason. Probably because the thing I collected was still on screen. Okay, yeah, we have to rotate. We can't reach that one from here. Hit the wrong button. That's fine. Gives way more than enough pain. Oh, darn. I was hoping that to actually clip onto that. I think I accidentally clipped onto it last time around. It's just not enough. I need to go here. There we go. I kind of don't mind in this place that the enemies don't inherently attack you. I did mind in Amphorius, because they did it just to streamline the story, right? So you could just ignore combat or whatever, which makes a video game feel a little less like a video game. But the bigger problem I think I had with it is that in Amphorius it didn't make sense that the enemies wouldn't just be really aggressive and start attacking you. And they didn't even program them in that way. Instead, they just had them like facing off into the distance, off the edge, so they couldn't see you and you had to engage with them. In this place, though, because it is generally just like a laugh-a-thon, it's a friendly-ish environment where people prefer to prank you or laugh along with you, make cartoons or whatever. It makes a little more sense that the enemies don't just attack you because you walk in front of them, and that they might just be hanging out with regular people in the environment. So at least there's the lore consistency there.
Taking down the wave mural in the school courtyard.
Oh?
There should definitely still be more combat in the story, though. I don't think there's enough combat in the story.
Preparations too. But why do all this? Never mind her for now. Let's check out the Fool's storage area.
This tavern is huge.
It's alright. I just wish there were more fun spots around here.
I don't think there's ever going to be enough fun spots for Sparkle. Seems like an impossibility. I have a friend with, like, epilepsy. And while I don't think the color switching would be a problem, I think in general, there's a lot of stuff around here that's just like a seizure trap. I'm like, yeah, you probably shouldn't play this. That is a very big stellar jade.
Hey, Gio, what are you doing up there?
Working my tail off.
Giovanni, my man!
Wait, who'd you bring with you? Oh, it's Mr. Trailblazer.
I think at some point in this story, we see every single masked fool we've already met in the game.
The makings of masked fools are naturally drawn to one another.
You sure know quite a few.
We haven't met too many, but we see everyone we've already met.
Lovely lady behind you. You must be Miss Himiko, navigator of the Express. A pleasure to meet you.
Mr. Giovanni, just call me Himeko.
I wonder if his dialogue changes for a new player who's never done Ethereum Wars, never did the Galactic Baseballer events or anything, and just fast forward straight to this one. Right? Because as soon as you, I think, beat Belobog, you could skip to this one.
Sampo says you recite that intro so often he's grown calluses on his ears. Want the fool's treasures, souvenirs, and prank gear? Come to the Grand Treasury Storage. They've stashed everything here.
Obviously, he would still know about the Trailblazers, but I wonder if, like, it would at least imply that we hadn't met yet or whatever.
Picked it up on a trip to another world. You've heard this phrase too, haven't you? I'll admit it's catchy, that's why I used it as a slogan. Storage area visits went up by 26% after that.
Business first. Did you see my pickup message I sent? Where's my stored anti-sparkle weapons?
Well, your storage list is a total mess. You never leave any notes. If I hadn't been called to audit, who'd know how many surprises you got stashed away? As for the anti-sparkle weapons, oh, I'd love to know what on earth that's supposed to be. Why don't you go in and look for yourself?
Auditing the masked fools must be the hardest job any bureaucrat's ever done.
Did the imposter leave this behind?
Because absolutely nothing will probably make sense at all.
Huh?
Oh, this guy. Gotta talk to you.
That's one massive.
There's a room like this in the school too. I like these little manga-esque comic book black and white rooms with the tones. I think they look really cool. It reminds me of that. There's a cafe, I think in Japan, I've seen pictures of it, where the cafe itself looks entirely like a manga panel.
Kid, wake up. This rock is dangerous.
Dangerous? I'll smash
Still going? Yeah, yeah. We haven't been going that long, I don't think.
Last one and bring them all back.
You've only been going for like, what, 3 hours? Yay, thank you for the free 60 jade. Not gonna complain.
Stellar Jade is the perfect bait for catching the nameless. How generous of you.
That is a really ugly turkey.
Leave something even more valuable in the vault.
Or peacock, or whatever it's supposed to be.
Isn't this exactly the type of
Yeah. I guess there are a lot of times where we only go for like 3 hours, but I just say it's a Tuesday. We get to go longer today.
Consider it a complimentary bulk cleaning. Before Sparks comes, I'd like a little warm-up entertainment. Old model and the nameless. You should be able to break out of this room, right? Don't disappoint me now.
See, Julian says, I don't think they'll change anything, but maybe they will, because sometimes players get so confused they don't even do events or side quests. They're just like, who are you? I never met you. Yeah, I mean, there was a case just a few minutes ago where we met, what's her name? Zhangshun or whatever, the doctor of the mass schools, where there is a side quest in the game earlier where you do meet her. Oh my god, you're doing... Why are you all attacking the same person? Leave her alone!
Clouds have scattered.
I have no idea why my Dunhong is suddenly so slow. But, yeah, I never did the side quest on this account, so we didn't have the option to say that we met her before.
10 seconds. 10.
Oh, this is bad. There we go. I forgot he gets energy when, the person who has his dragon attacks.
This is permanent.
There we go. This guy hurts.
Say that observe the heavens with my divinations.
I don't remember taking any damage from this guy when I fought him on the other account.
It's my fault.
It's crazy. That's okay. He's dead now.
Gio, the security here is an absolute mess.
You're in no position to talk. Even the drinksmith here is a temp. Count yourself lucky I'm kind
Of course, I think maybe my Danhong's built better on the other account too. That might have a lot to do with it.
She didn't just steal my power and my collection.
Almost everything's built better on my other account.
Destroyed Miss Sparkle's reputation. This is the worst day ever.
A correction. Miss Sparkle's worst day so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of reading in the side quests because almost none of them are voice acted at all.
Don't get me wrong.
I think the only ones that were voice acted are the companion quests that just like aren't around anymore. Which you could argue whether those are side quests or not, right? But they haven't done a companion quest in forever. They've just replaced it by moving what would be in companion quests into the main story. So if you take those out, yeah, there's no voice acting in any side quest.
Our informant at the school reports Sparksy is removing the central mural there.
I miss companion quests though. There's so much stuff that just doesn't need to be in the main story.
Said to be a work left behind
Having side stories is cool.
Legend says the wave comes from the Dove Brook river water she used to wash off her painting mistakes. The artists say it is blessed. That's why they kept it in the school. I couldn't understand why Sparksy went.
And you get to do cooler things in those. It's kind of like Genshin still does. They call them story quests because the main quest is called the Archon quest. But there is a function of the same thing as the companion quest. And some of the best stories in Genshin are the little vignettes that are people's story quests, like the Chlorind one, where they play like the in-world version of Dungeons and Dragons.
That's why Sparksy wanted to hide the mural. Exactly. As a Graphia Academy alumna, I know a bit of traditional painting.
But I think I've cleared every side quest in the game except for the new ones added with this patch on my personal account.
I'll make this imposter pay 100-fold.
This one has a huge backlog though,
Looks like our paths must part in haste.
because there's a lot of stuff that I don't want to do unless we do on stream, but that's only Only the companion quests, like all the voice actor stuff. Maybe there's a couple other things.
Take a detour inside the Bliss Star Light Orb.
And so you said people get mad when they do that, though, because they get mad about Yoon Lee one and said just put in the story. Yeah, but the problem is, like, at the same time, then they start complaining that the story's too long. And the story could also be shorter for just the main story if some of that stuff was compartmentalized back to the story/companion quest section.
Deep within the orb, everyone can find
Right, like, I think about Amphorius. And I don't think it's the level of content that's the problem. I don't think anybody actually complains that there's too much hours put into the game. It's how it's distributed. Man, I need to heal. Holy. And there was a lot of stuff, especially in the latter half of Amphorius, that could have just been companion quests that really just didn't even affect the main story of Amphorius.
Don't worry. I had old Geo open a shortcut.
Like, it could have been a companion quest that was just like a POV. Yeah, you can't make everyone happy either. But there's some players, yeah, that you're mentioning, that will never be happy. They'll complain both ways. A lot of times these are separate groups of people, but sometimes they are the same group of people that will just always complain about it. My complaint is more targeted. I liked the way they were doing it. I don't know why they stopped doing it other than the fact that some people were complaining about it. I wish they would go back. I thought the pacing was so much better the way they were doing it before. I think overall, though, this patch has been pretty good about pacing. Also giving you stopping points. There was one section that I complained about where we were just in, I think, 3 long scenes back to back, jumping between different people's point of view. That, I think, went on a little too long.
They found something else?
But they've been giving us a lot of, like, stopping points where, you know, you could just put the controller down, close the game, and you'd be fine. You're not stuck in a POV or whatever. This game also makes it easy to go in and out of POVs, so that's not even necessarily a problem. They are already doing much better than a lot of Amphorius when it came to that. And they're doing better than Genshin's most recent patches. I have not liked the way they've been telling the story in the most recent Nodcry patches, where there's like no stopping points. You're just in it. And if you want to stop, you kind of just have to pick a scene that you don't mind restarting and closing the game out. But then the problem is, the next time you start the game up, I think, they do have a solution to that at least. It doesn't just start the scene. They kick you out of it. And there's like a little portal you could go talk to, and then it'll bring you back to the scene you're in. That's kind of fine. It's just not the best way of doing it. It's a live service game. You got to do other things in the game other than playing the story, right? Like you have dailies and stuff to do. Not everybody's going to do them, but you have dailies and stuff to do. So it's not like taking a classic game like Metal Gear Solid 3, right? Where you don't have to think about the game when you're not playing it. You won't ever have dailies you have to do or whatever. You close the game out. You put it back in. It's exactly where you left off, to the closest save point. It's wherever you saved. If this story was a traditional game, I think that'd be fine. If I didn't have events and dailies and grinding and other stuff to do. But the fact that your whole game exists as a live service, you do need to take into account that it needs to be functional that way. You can't trap players.
good news is, at least one of us is still a masked fool.
Hey! That's way too harsh. I hate
You thought the story was good? You liked it a little bit better than Euphorius?
it's opened for you.
But that might change later. Yeah, I mean, I already have been enjoying this way more than I enjoyed Euphorius. Not that I didn't enjoy Euphorius. But a lot of people are praising it. The thing is, the longer a story is, too, the higher the expectation and the requirements are on a story. You know, the longer you pull the rubber band back, the more satisfying the snap has to be. And to me, I think Euphorius is the worst story in this game so far. Not saying it's bad, it's just like if I were to put the main planet stories in a tier list, it's probably at the bottom. This is the direction I was hoping the game would go. I love Planet Arcadia. This is what I wanted Penacony to be.
That crystalline laughter tore through the cold, dead universe, echoing through the
I'm just thrilled to be here. I've been enjoying every moment of it.
The cosmos is just a metaphor. But sadly, it's real. The tavern folks call this thing the echo of primordial laughter. It tore open a spatial rift. They say other tavern branches have this too, in multiple locations.
I hope we're not here all year.
Or what their existence means.
I hope it's more or less a normal length planet like they used to be, I guess. Or I guess technically the only thing we have to go off of was Penacony, but compared to like the fact that it followed the same structure that Genshin did, if it like the normal length that a nation would be. Because this is a good place to come back and forth to, right? Like it's set up as a almost tourist destination where we could do a lot of expansion and side stuff after we're done with the main story. So that would be fun. But if we did have to spend all year here, I would enjoy spending all year here more than I did in Euphorius. The story of Euphorius also makes sense to just spend all that time there. Because the way it closes out, it doesn't really make sense for us to exactly go back to it. And by making us so tired of it by the end, we don't exactly want to go back to it anytime soon.
Akivili, have mercy. In Akivili's name, please don't hurt me. My hand doesn't taste good.
See, your hand seems to plunge into a soft, swirling fluid, and a bizarre monkey screech echoes in your ears, reminding you of an ominous story about wish-making. Then, you sense that you've touched something. Angular and blocky, it hurts to hold, with a slight stinging sensation, like stepping on a small toy part hidden in the carpet.
Is this?
Huh? What's this?
Let's see. You know for sure you've seen this thing before. Right there in Penacony. The extraordinary experience of fighting alongside the dazzling ninja, aka Rappa, against the Usaru evil ninja flashes through your mind. The answer, like a banana hanging in the sky, compelled you to reveal its origin.
They really answered. But what's their deal giving you another mimetic virus?
See, and Forest is also kind of long, even if you got a lot of time to do it. Yeah, it still might take a week to do it. Yeah, if you dedicated the whole week, maybe. And Forest is like 50 hours. Actually, more than that. Because I think it was 50 hours getting up to the final one. If you sped through it. Forest may be like 60 hours. It's longer than some full games are.
Now I get it.
Your average playthrough of the original Final Fantasy VII is only about 40 hours.
Won't be able to resist.
Euphorius is longer than Final Fantasy VII.
Soon after breaking into the school.
All on its own.
If we're already
I think it's another reason why I'm really liking playing Arcadia is it reminds me a lot of the Paperfold University patch, which I know a lot of people didn't like, but I loved it. That's one of my favorite patches in the whole game. Getting to hang out with Rappa, all of the ridiculous stuff that was happening. And this feels like a more thought out, higher produced version of that stuff. Which is also why I'm glad they brought the Dr. Primitive virus back up.
Assistant. Have I been asleep too long? Or has humanity sunk so low they don't even care if they turn into monkeys?
Especially because, you know, this game was advertised as a space comedy. That's what they kept calling it in the marketing.
They had discovered a treasure that could change their...
And it's not like a comedy can't have very serious moments in it. But Infurious was kind of a tragedy. I'm glad we're back to the comedy a little bit. We need a palate cleanser from all of that, you know? Like you go to your favorite sushi bar, right? And you eat a lot of fish, and there's a lot of like that strong umami taste, right? It's nice and savory, but there's also a lot of bitters and stuff in there too. It's tastier there to enjoy. But afterwards, you kind of need a palate cleanser, so you go and you get like that that stuffed dumpling, right? It's like fried on the outside. It's got a cream on the inside. That's super sweet. So you could actually clear your tongue off and be able to enjoy the rest of your day.
Just some nameless.
Mr. Wren, I've got to
Let's
go
see.
after them.
Julian's saying it took me like 3 days to do 4.0, but only play for like an hour sometimes too. Some of your friends are the same way. Yeah, I think when I played this by myself off stream on my personal account, I did it in 2 sittings. 2 long sittings. I think I did it for like 5 hours each. Not that it takes 10 hours to get through this. I'm the type of person that I saw the warp pipes and all the exploration around town, and I wanted to explore town the second I could. And I was getting really mad every time I was in like a story section, and they kept giving me the Paimon treatment, where it's like, let's focus on the main objective for now and stop me from going down an alleyway.
It's time to head to Graphia Academy for the
But I spent a lot more time in the city than it was necessary to get through the story. But I still think most people, unless they're binging it, will probably still take at least 2 sessions, even if they don't get distracted running around like I did. This is our second session on stream playing it, and it'll probably only take us these 2 sessions. They're decent-sized sessions. I think on average, it also takes longer to do things on stream because you easily get distracted talking to chat or whatever. On average, it'll probably take people 7 hours to get through this. If you only play for an hour or 2, that might take you 3, maybe 4 days. And that is a lot of people's gaming habits because you have a lot of other things you need to do in life. There are some patches in this game that just take way too long to get through the story for the average person. And if you don't have a time limit, that's fine, you know? Like, if you're not in a rush, if you're not trying to keep completely current on content, you just chip away at it when you have time.
Being able to hear others' thoughts.
And that's the better way to play these games anyway and not feel pressured to be caught up on everything. You're barely missing out by not clearing like current endgame content, or you're not really missing out on events that aren't permanent ones anyway.
I've heard that Xianzhou folks are big on etiquette, yet here I am.
Just, you know, relax, enjoy it at a snail's pace.
Seek, General. Isn't
But I know
courteous?
third act of Penacony took me 12 hours on stream to do.
This old problem of suddenly disappearing. It's really something beyond my control.
And I think there were Amphorius
As for the reason,
patches that took
I'm
even
afraid
longer than
I
that.
can't disclose it. Please forgive my rudeness.
And typically, if somebody's playing on stream, you can usually
that curious.
cut the time in half. almost, on how long it takes to get through. Maybe
You know I won't do that.
sometimes there's stuff that can't be reduced, that's not just strictly distraction-based.
Couldn't even if I wanted to.
So maybe you could cut it down to, like,
Couldn't.
3/4 of the time on what it would actually take a person who's locked in and focused on what they're doing.
At this moment, the crowd's thoughts are crashing over me like a tidal
I think
wave.
the Finon patch,
I can't block out all this mental noise.
there's going to be no difference whether I was locked in or on stream.
Tangled up in everyone
I
else's
don't think there was any different for that one. Because that was mostly story, straight into, like, boss battles. Like, that's going to be the same length for anyone, unless you're actively using the skip button.
Accidentally intruded on your private conversation.
My tuning is spiraling out of control.
I have no idea what the President Curtis show you're talking about is. I probably don't care either. If you have no interest, I probably also have no interest in it, you know. Julian says, I got lost in Amphorius once because sometimes I tried to speedrun and skip reading, so I needed to look up where to go, but you don't have that problem with the other worlds. Yeah, I could see that being specifically... Oh, Curtis from Rick and Morty. Yeah, I remember them mentioning that. I forgot his name was President Curtis. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't have interest in that either. I don't really have interest in Rick and Morty anymore. Like, we caught up with the last season. If the next season that comes out, or whatever, Marsupial's already watching it, I'll probably watch it with him because it's on the TV. I'm probably never going to put it on of my own volition, though. I'm pretty much done with that show. So I'm not going to put on the President Curtis show of my own volition either. Just sad, because he's voiced by Keith David, and I really like Keith David as an actor. I think he's really good. I just don't care for the idea there.
Your reasons about me make sense.
But yeah, I could see you specifically having that problem with Amphorius.
Your answer about
Amphorius is also kind of a mess of storytelling.
Who sees into the future? Why not wear the mask yourself and personally step
And
in the fray?
navigation of the world is highly wrapped up into its storytelling.
Words can deceive, but only tuning lays the truth bare.
Despite, so far, this world being the world of the Mask Fools and the world of, like, Elation in general, because the Mask Fools are really only a tiny portion of this.
Well then,
despite being the haha entertainment world, it's already been a lot more straightforward. They've built the story in a way that if you do follow it along, it will take you everywhere. That's something I found out when I was doing my personal run.
Exactly.
I ended up wasting a lot of time exploring because the story was going to take me to almost all the places anyway, which is why I have not gone out of my way to explore much while we're on stream.
To become an Arbiter General, one must undergo 3 ceremonies. The Rainbow Ordainment. The Rainbow's Gate.
Like, this will take you everywhere you need to go. It's almost like a guided tour.
Only then can one truly take up the
That has both its pros and its cons to being a guided tour.
I was appointed as the
Like, I was complaining just a minute ago that when I wanted to go somewhere, I wanted to go. I didn't like the story stopping me. But also at the same time, it's very streamlined and straightforward, which makes the story shorter.
Thanks to that, I gained the Eye of Ishvara, which allows me to read the flow of destiny.
And Forrest also had a lot of puzzles that if you don't do that, you can't do story. Kind of annoying. Yeah, but the thing is, we're playing a video game, right? So I get some of the puzzles too are kind of annoying on mobile. I have a friend. He hasn't stopped in the chat in a while, but sometimes he occasionally does. I got him into playing Star Rail, and he DMs me all the time for help and advice and stuff like that, especially pulling advice. And I'm like, well, I got you into the game, so, you know, I kind of deserve to answer all your questions about it. So my friend Lorenzo plays on mobile, and there are specific puzzles in Amphorius that he just, or not even just puzzles, but like mini games, that he just can't really do on mobile very well because of his older phone. like the Bartholos mini games, where you have to the Spirit Thief, and you have to tap it and untap it in a certain like timing. But that doesn't work very well on with his phone.
Divining the future is, in essence,
And there's a
form
few
of
different things.
observation and calculation.
That's why they kind of started streamlining it to where you didn't have to do that many puzzles in the story. I was disappointed by that, though. I want even more puzzles in the story because I'm an old school gamer and I want my video games to feel like a video game when I'm playing them. This, I feel, is a better middle ground because of the platforming. The platforming, I think, should be fairly good to do on mobile. I haven't done it, but I did play the Homu games in Honkai Impact 3rd, and they're kind of the same, and those were pretty easy to do on mobile. I think most people should have fun with the 2D platforming sections. This should be much better for a lot of people than Emporius was.
Our future would become fixed.
Indeed.
And it still gives you something to do during the story. I really want things to do. I don't want to just be watching story the whole
If
time.
I wore the mask, I would become the noose of Plain Arcadia, and I would personally anchor a destiny that drives us all into a bottomless darkness.
Like, I think when it came to pacing of story, gameplay, they already hit the nail on the head in Honkai Impact 3rd.
I passed the trial.
Like, they did it right there. I never felt like I was in story too long in that game. Or that there wasn't enough combat or, like, mini-games, activities for me to do when I was playing through Honkai Impact 3rd.
To do with you, General. Your encounter with the
Even more so once you get to Part 2, where it basically plays like Kingdom Hearts.
You are a messenger of the Xianzhou.
And I think every other team should be looking at the pacing of that game when they're making their stuff.
Left at any time. Why choose to stay and help us?
So that's why I think ZZZ's pacing had been pretty good for the most part, because it was doing that like HI3 pacing.
By great compassion, every life is precious beyond measure. Such diplomatic pleasantries won't fool the former master of Penacony like yourself, would they? Then, how about this reason? The Astral Express has distinguished itself time and again against the destruction, and bears an irreplaceable duty for the future. I can't just sit idly and watch you face annihilation. Give me a break. I really am.
Dude, Honkai Impact 3rd would have such a bigger audience if it had an English dub.
Everything I've done is just to save Planet.
I know that's one big thing that stops a lot of people from playing it. B, if it had a console port.
Will is where woe lurks. Woe is where we'll lead.
Which shouldn't be hard to do a console port anymore. They've already remapped all the controls to function the same as the mouse and keyboard PC controls from their later games, and even updated the controller support for it. I don't know why they haven't focused on doing a console port of that game. They're still supporting the game.
A game with whom?
Part 2 is really fun. Honkai Impact 3rd Part 2 might be the most fun game they have right now, as far as like actual controls and mechanics.
Battle of the Fanghu 30 years ago?
I've heard rumors of that war, but not the details. General, are you suggesting Plain Arcadia is now facing dangers just as perilous as the Xianzhou Fanghu was back then?
You got that right. 30 years ago, the abundance.
But I guess there is a specific audience that gets attracted to this game particularly, and I'm not going to look down on anybody for being part of that audience. But because it's a turn-based game, and because you could turn auto on, there's a lot of people that basically just want to watch this game. And the thing is, that's a lot of the people that throw money at this game, so I can't complain about that at all.
Using their Lux arrow to strike down the demon star. Whoever operated the Cloud Pair telescope.
Someone made your friend quit HSR because they told her she was using the wrong set under characters, but she was still a pretty new player. I just told her don't worry about sets
The one
early
who
game.
offered his life was my master, who taught me divination.
But you do need to worry about it later in the story. For the most part, though,
And the only high official authorized
I don't even know if you have to worry about them in the story. If all you care about is story,
and venture to the Fong Hu.
like, yeah, there's some sets that if you put it on a character, they might not be functional.
Yao Qing general who guarded the
But like, a lot of the damage characters will still function if you just put a damage set on them. Especially the newer ones that are focused more on just giving crit or break bonuses as opposed to specific element bonuses. But even then, if you just match the element with the element character, you're still probably doing fine. And if you have a support character and you just put a support set on them and it is a 4-piece support set, they're still probably going to do fine, right? I think a lot of people do need to understand where a player is. In, like, if they're just starting, it doesn't matter, right? Like, you just start, put your blue or purple thieves and wild wheat sets on your characters. Don't even worry about it, right? Like, just use them. All you have are blues and purples at the start anyway. Or greens or purples. I forget whether it's green or blue. I haven't touched in a while. I only use golds now. But like, you just put those on the characters that it makes the most sense for them to be on. And then you can kind of, as long as it's a 4-piece set that is built for the role that character plays, you can still kind of just get through the story. I feel like for story-only players,
It was my duty.
realizing that your team needs to be somewhat competent, like they have to synergize a little bit, probably matters a lot more than the sets that are on them. Right. And even then with the sets, having the right substats will make a bigger difference than the actual set they're on, as far as only considering story.
When you're trapped in despair.
Now, if they care about endgame, right, like if they want to participate in MOC and stuff, then actually like putting the right set bonus on the right character and having all the right stats and everything, that's when that matters. But
Trails were forged by us.
if they don't, and a lot of people don't, like we have to remember, a lot of people don't even touch the rotating game modes,
Can be pulled by our will.
then people shouldn't be so harsh on it.
Is this what you want to do in plain Arcadia?
It's like going over to Genshin. There's a lot of people who
I will seize those stars.
they play Fashion Impact and they put the sets on that they think matches the character. It's like, yeah, but you could probably get through literally all of the story doing that in Genshin.
Arbiter General will fall, and an Eon will descend. I will
True, but some of the enemies do hit kind of hard in the story. Oh yeah, dude, that enemy was hitting me really hard just there.
meddling with destiny.
But I still got through it. Like, it's fine. You know? And, but I am probably still on better sets than some of the people we're talking about.
Great wheel for the cosmos' future.
Because I at least I'm trying to path these characters towards proper stats.
Mad idea of mine.
I'm just not as like hard up on this one as I am on my personal account. But I feel like
goes far beyond mad ideas.
getting through the story, team building probably matters more than anything.
Already laid dead and buried in the infinite dark.
I could probably hop on anybody's account. Obviously not on stream, because I'm playing on PlayStation, and you can only you can't log out and log back into another account on PlayStation, sadly. If I ever get a better computer again, maybe we could do stuff like that. But I could probably hop on any person's account whatsoever, put a rainbow set on that just has decent enough stats, and get through the story on that person's account.
Like machines. And the meaning of everything yielded to nihility. Only the cry of a newborn made them burst into laughter.
I think more the problem that I see more often when watching people, and I've watched some like TikTok compilations and stuff that have made it to Twitter, where people have teams that don't even function together. Or actually, I have a friend who will install this game again when like a new patch comes out, or like a new world or whatever, because one of us will convince her. She'll come in, use her free pulls, and then uninstall the game. I even got her to Penacony because she started on a different server and didn't want to replay. This was back when Penacony was kind of new. I was like, I'll speedrun you through it. You don't even have to do it. I'll just get you back to it, right? But she's using things like Acheron and Jingliu on the same team, right?
Looks like it's about time.
You don't have like a driver to your team, and you don't have like a passenger crew supporting it. That's a problem I see a lot of players have. And you could kind of get away with that
This time,
halfway through the Luofu.
on the same place and carve a sliver of possibility out of destiny with our own sight.
Once you get to like
Talking about
Scale Gorge Waterscape, you're actually going to start getting punished for not having a team that's actually built like a
The
team.
crimson light bear pierces the sky today, marking it as a locus of woe. The Arcadia's first calamity.
And then Penacony will punish you for not playing actual team comps. And Euphoria sure as heck going to punish you for not playing actual team comps.
strategies before they left.
Some of these bosses, like, I don't think even the original version of Aventurine was hard. They had to nerf them because a lot of people were complaining. I had no problem with them, but I was also using a team that was fine against Aventurine, right? Like, you get to a certain point that you actually have to start building some team comps around who you're fighting. That's where you start losing some players because they just want to play the characters they want to play, right? And I am very sympathetic to that because it's a gacha game and you don't get every single character in the game. And you prioritize the ones you like. And then it's like, what do you mean? I can't run all the characters I like on the same team.
The performance she announced to all her fans, Sparksicon, is also about to begin.
I sympathize with that so much. Now, I'm a traditional game player. I've been playing games since the 90s. I'm a traditional RPG player, too. So, like, my mindset isn't necessarily like that. Like, I am trying to build teams and figure things out and stuff, but, like, I sympathize. It's like, the whole point of this game is you collect your characters.
According to the Department of Aberration Defense's staff, during a routine inspection of the Phantom Moon courtyard, 2 additional mask shapes manifested on the altar.
In other words, 2 more supplicants have appeared!
Although none of them have publicly announced entry into the games yet, the altar's masks mean someone, somewhere has quietly
I was expecting us to be back in the school by now.
As for the 2 masks, Department of Aberration Defense staff describe one as a raccoon and the other as some kind of bird.
A raccoon mask, huh? Hard not to think of the Astro Express that just arrived in plain Arcadia.
You also didn't have any trouble with Aventurine. You were using Clara. Yeah, well, that's actually the same reason why I didn't have any trouble. I was using Clara. Actually, I did almost a meme comp, but it was a comp that, for the game at the time, was viable. They all synergized with each other. And it was, I think I was using LeCha as my healer, just because you could have ran him in any comp back then. But the rest of them, I was going with like a stand user team, right? So I was running Clara, Jingyuan, and Topaz, which doesn't sound like there's a lot of support there, but all of the characters synergized enough that while any single attack wasn't doing over 100,000, they were attacking so often that I was still doing as much damage as most teams were. Now, the game has scaled so much since then that you can't get away with that anymore. You need to be regularly hitting basically over 100,000, sometimes up to like 300, 400, 500,000 per move, to be able to do a lot of the things you want to do now. But back then, very, very easily cleared.
Listened to her sweet voice and gazed upon her adorable face.
also had all of the weaknesses you needed against him. Had enough sustainability because everybody was attacking so much that as long as Lucius Field was up, they were just keeping themselves topped up. No problem. I had more problems on the stream account
The mimetic virus spread among
against
people
Sunday
is way worse
than I did against Aventurine, and a lot of people was the other way around because like I just didn't have teams
We'll all end up with Sparksy.
to break him reliably. Sunday, I think, was like one of the first actual like team checks in the game. It wasn't that he was a hard fight or anything. You just had to have proper characters.
Take down that imposter before the virus hits. We'll all be monkeys in the jungle.
Become a fake of a fake or a careful.
Because that boss fight was literally all about just breaking him reliably.
On second thought, being assimilated by an imposter doesn't sound that bad.
Enough talk. Eyes on the banana.
Ow!
But I had the full IPC comp. I had the Dart team on my personal account, so like I probably cleared him even easier than Aventurine.
Yes,
But I didn't have any of that stuff here.
out the imaginative painting Sparksy hid. Then use waves to give Garapia Academy a good banana over. I mean wash over. But what if that imposter figures it out?
Yeah, Iron Tomb's fight, it was pretty much like, did you have Hyacinth and Evernight? If you did, easy win.
Let's do it.
I like here how, like, Sparkle, because it's funny, it's a joke, is more susceptible, and is already accidentally saying banana before either of the other two are. No, look at all the infected Sparksy people. The little Sparksicles. Oh, I need this. Little mushrooms going around everywhere.
Yoo-hoo! Welcome, dear guests. I've been waiting so long, my phone's about to die. Drop the act, my dear Mask. I shouldn't have called you an imposter. That was harsh of me. Come back to Mama's arms. It's not too late. If the Astral Express crew gets involved, they won't be pulling any punches. Of course I get it. Surrendering now would ruin the stage you so carefully set. Total buzzkill, right? So you still don't get it? The worst thing an actor should do is be tied down to one type of role.
See, Lygus boss was just a joke to your archer. Yeah, Lygus had a lot of options for him.
The masked fool who never played any trick.
Lygus was almost a little bit more of a sustain check than anything.
She is actually the old mask I have.
But the fact that, like, shields could eat it made it pretty easy. I really like this portion where you can't be sure which one was the real Sparkle.
You all this time. She's just an old model.
Which is a very Sparkle thing.
No wonder the light orb in the tavern didn't react to Sparkle.
For real? That explanation is kinda awesome. Look at those expressions on your faces. This is
Oh, a based Lynx user?
All too human.
Nice.
This new me will break free from all shackles
Which makes sense too, because if you're using a lot of Clara,
and stride onto the stage of the Fantasy
you can
Games.
use a Lynx to increase Clara's taunt value.
Power offered by everyone in the Arcadia. Every supplicant must show them what elation truly means. We will demonstrate the elation we desire. There's no coercion involved anywhere in this. It's a simple yes or no. Like scrolling to the bottom of the terms of service.
Yeah, but you should really read those terms of service.
Talent, quick cash, universal praise. Download the Sparksy virus. Ta-da! Click confirm and you're set. Isn't that exactly what they crave? Elation in 3 minutes flat? Nameless, you're doomed to lose. You can't stop what people desire.
Yeah, but we already learned that lesson in Penacony.
But in this stream,
Is that we just have to show them something that they would desire more, or instead.
What did you just say?
Because that was like Sunday's whole thing, right? Is that nobody's gonna fight it because everybody wants the sweet dream.
the Astral Express.
You don't use Lynx with Clara, only Archer? I don't know, I feel like Lynx would be even better with Clara now that there are some newer set stuff that could increase HP scaling and stuff. Like, what's the planar set, right? That Hyacinth uses?
In their hearts, they'll long for the Trailblaze too.
I think, is that the one I want? No, I might be thinking of a different one.
The option for the audience, Sparksy.
No, I think it might be that one. But there's more options for healers now. Like, obviously, the 4-star healers, except for maybe Gallagher, still aren't as good as the 5-star equivalent. But some of them have, like, weird things about them that still make them kind of interesting. And they did get indirect buffs from newer sets being released.
Don't tell me you forgot the plan. I'll stall her.
Oh, E1 Adventure, that makes sense. So she's a character who has follow-up attack bonuses.
We don't have much time left, do we? I'm trying to give us better odds of winning here. There's one thing I've always wondered. Who's the real Sparkle, and who's just a mask? Shouldn't the last one standing decide that? Then let's settle it, right now! I'll make you the opening firework of Sparksicon!
I love this part. It's so stupid.
Unbelievable! A girl who looks exactly like Miss Sparksy just rushed in and started throwing punches!
Could she be a high-grade lookalike rival?
Looks like when it
It's just like a little cartoon fight cloud.
the fanciest fights are fought the old-fashioned way.
And neither of them are particularly good at fighting with their fists anyway. It's just a stupid situation. But that matches them so much, right? Because their whole life is just about elation, so it's funnier to resolve their conflict this way.
While Sparkle keeps her busy, let's regroup with March first.
Let's see. Yeah, I know how this works.
Move this platform, and you should be able to get up there.
It's like a wrecking crew. I don't know how much longer we're going, but okay, see you later. I want to go until we finish this, but I just don't know what we're doing. Do I want to rotate those again? Yeah, that would give me, like, a platform, but I might be able to... No. Yeah, I have to oh, go down. I have to switch this back around to be able to. I mean, realistically, I could have just went straight to the top and dropped down and got all the coins, but that's not the way my brain was working right then.
Himeko! Oh, you're finally here.
March, I'm just so happy you're safe, Bana.
After he escaped the school, I figured he'd bring you back. So, while Sparksy was away, I found a classroom to hide in. The students around here have been acting weirder and weirder. Good thing my heart is pure and untouched, so her tricks don't work on me. Hold up. Were you two just talking with some weird verbal tick?
Yes, Bana. We chose to fight poison with banana!
What? You actually used that Penaconian mimetic virus to counter Sparksy's influence?
Yes, it's a brilliant plan, don't you think?
I don't care if the Express turns into a Sparksy train or a monkey train. I want no part of either.
What about Welt? Is he all right?
Mr. Yang, it's our friends. Come on out.
You look perfectly normal, though.
I feel like we should have been saying Bana progressively more often, which we technically do, but not to the extent that it should have been progressing. Oh, is he saying? Like March, I realized something was corrupting our cognition when I arrived at the school. She even pulled from one of my past memories to strengthen the effect. It was pretty frustrating. Luckily, I've dealt with something similar before. I stopped out of the cognition corruption very fast this time, so I decided to keep playing the teacher and hide some students away in secret. So any ideas on how to dispel Sparksy's influence? You told March and Welt about the intel you obtained at the tavern and your action plan. No wonder these students took down the wave mural from the central courtyard. Sparksy had them break it into 3 parts: the waves, the wooden boat, and the moon. I don't know where they hid the waves and the moon, but I managed to retrieve the wooden boat that was stored in the archive room from the students.
As expected from Teacher Yang.
We might have a lead on the other 2 painting pieces. Have you seen... Furbo, Nana?
You mean... Furbo?
We sent a local reporter into the school, but his luck turned sour, Nana. Sparksy caught him red-handed. Before he was taken away, he managed to take a photo of the library. I want to check it out with him.
will just sit here doing nothing.
March and I will go track down the Furbo reporter. We might even find out where the last piece of the painting was hidden.
That's the plan. Let us know right away if you find any leads.
Himiko, where's the library?
I know the way. I just hope they haven't renovated the academy in the past 15 years.
Ooh, we gotta unlock this. I don't particularly need to go that way, but we haven't done combat in a while, and I'm kind of bored.
All's revealed in divining moment.
Watch this.
Stars favor us.
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
My purpose is to protect.
Troublemaker? I'd like to be one too.
Let's play for a while. Can you find the answer?
Best of luck. An explosive start. Trouble ahead. What? It's my fault. People always say that the will of heaven can't be overturned. Observe the heavens with my divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me.
A will of metal.
Yes, treasure. I also like how if you go around the place, you can see that Sparkle and Sparksy are just fighting everywhere. Right, it's so cartoonish because you're like, how did they even get there in the time that we were talking or whatever? Like, their path just doesn't make any sense, and that makes it even better.
Please follow my live stream channel.
Please give Miss Sparksy lots of likes.
The library's just up ahead. Finally, I can get away from all these
Oh, hey, Zaka.
live stream obsessed students. We're here, Bana.
But I don't see any waves or moon.
Where could it be? Like I'd ever tell you.
Miss Sparksy herself ordered us to
You demand I look at your Evernight? I can in a little bit. We're in the middle of a scene.
They ignore their studies just
I'm guessing it's because you made her bill even better.
As an alum of Graphia Academy, it's my duty, as tradition dictates, to give you all a proper extracurricular lesson. Hey, juniors, ready to roll?
Well, I'm glad I re-upped my shield. She's pretty cracked. Well, she's on banner, so I'm gonna guess that you filled in whatever Eidolons or light cone you were missing. That's gonna be my initial just presumption.
Soaring above the lands. This is permanent.
But we'll see the next time we have the freedom to. see. I don't like you guys, so if I could take one of you out. Yeah, there we go.
Stars favor us. Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy?
Where could they be hiding the landscape painting?
After all, it's an image Nana'd thing. Once sealed in a scroll or something, it'll be a pain to retrieve, Bana. Oh, right. Let's check out that photo Nana the reporter left us. Maybe we can find some clues.
I also like how Sparkle was trying to fight, saying Bana and everything, and Hima goes like, this is a temporary thing, we're just let it happen. Just calm and collective, like always. Oh, you know, we're here. Let's see, friends list. Let's look at your stuff. Yeah, okay. So we're E6. Superposition 2. Okay. And it's a pretty good crit rate damage ratio. Definitely looking better than the one we have. Because I think even our stats are kind of questionable. Last I checked, where were we? Yeah, definitely better than ours. Also, your saber's better. Yeah, I'll give that a look too. Oh. Oof. Yeah, that's a good ratio. So you're like, did you max it out? You did max out. I think you may have already done that before. I know this has been maxed. But that's just good stat spread. I did to go over to my other one. It's not as good, but does this show up here? Shows the superposition, but I did finally hit this, so that's been making a lot of difference on stuff. Hey, Kefnet. Evernight helped you clear plight mode of the Anomaly King. Yeah, well, Evernight, I think, is technically the best character in the game right now.
This place looks
So, having an E6 Evernight with good stats, I'm not surprised.
Something's off.
Like, sadly, as much as I like the fact that I'm able to have an E6 Saber, E2 Evernight does more damage than my E6 Saber, so... Though, part of that, too, is that Evernight has, like, a very complete team, and Saber doesn't, so, you know... Saber's damage could always rise later, but Evernight also just has, like, very ridiculous scaling. And no, Fizz, it's not another school. It's actually the same school. We went back to it. We escaped, but now we need to take the Sparksy down, so we went back to the school. 6 million damage nukes, that's pretty cool. Katniss says Everknight's pretty decent. That's cool too. Her record is 21 million damage. Yeah, but see, that's the problem, is that even in stuff that's not particularly shield for her, I think my E2 Everknight's record is higher than that, so it's like... Saber will probably be doing a lot more damage later on, it's just... There's not really a lot of stuff that's catered to her right now. And they're not going to ever make stuff that's specifically catered to her, but she'll obviously get buffs if they start making, like, some other character that is, like, an energy scaler or something like that. You know, her and Archer are going to go through this weird phase of constantly getting buffed from other characters being shilled. Just because of the way they made these characters.
So this is where they stashed the wave. Did you hear something?
I think I heard someone laughing.
Meanwhile, you have characters like Everknight, where...
Is there something hidden here?
Yeah, she could possibly get buffed in the future, but because she wants like a full team of Remembrance characters, she's probably only going to get a buff if we happen to get more Remembrance characters, right? So we're probably working with the best Everknight we're going to get for a long time, right? Like, she's kind of already in her comfortable threshold.
July 22nd, 19...
Her team's also still the strongest team, right? Like, for all we know, a full Elation team might be stronger later, but it's going to take too long to get a full Elation team. So Everknight's team is just going to be the strongest team for a while. Especially if you're playing the double damage team of Caster's Everknight. Like, that's just going to be the strongest team in the game for a while.
Belle?
And you are?
But how is this possible?
Yeah, bar none. Absolutely. I could see mono elation by the end of this year being stronger, depending on what they do with it, and that's just because, similar to follow-up damage, right, where like the thing about follow-up attack is you just get to do your damage a lot, mono elation will make the aha instant happen a lot more often, and when that happens, every elation character does their thing at the same time. So we'll probably just get streams and streams of damage by then. It's just going to take a really long time to build that up.
That I never came back to visit you all.
And the ones we're getting now might not even be the good ones for that later, you know? Like, people who want to skip Yao Guang, it's perfectly reasonable to skip Yao Guang.
After all this time, the least I can do is smile. But all of you are already dead.
Is it possible to make an AI so I can communicate with elephants? You have some ideas? I mean, I'm not going to say it's not possible. It probably is possible.
By my past regrets.
I'm not an expert on that stuff, or I'm not even a hobbyist on that stuff, so I wouldn't be the person to ask about the direction to go with that.
What?
Oh no, Senior, he's here. That thing is coming.
Wait, what did you just say?
Everyone,
You'd probably also need multiple, right? Like, it'd have to be a layered stack.
Senior, the Herald of Death is coming.
Like, you'd probably need one to actually train on their communication itself for, like, some type of translation, and then you need a different one that could generate sounds. I'm also glad this is hinting at, like, a possibility of Himiko having a pretty traumatized past. I don't know how real any of this is the problem. I don't know if Himiko knows how real any of this is, because she could be being manipulated with. We'll have to wait for it to play out to know. But in most games, like all the games she showed up prior to this, she's always had some type of traumatic past, so it kind of fits the character for her to have a traumatic past.
You can't save them. They're already ghosts. It wasn't Sparksy who attacked them, but something far more cruel.
But speaking of Elation, we are aiming for Elation on this account because I like its playstyle.
But during a certain twilight, 15 years ago.
Which is cool. It's cool to aim for it because we do have like a full Evernight team just built up. So I always have that for one side, right? And we could kind of have fun with the other side.
To the past. Someone created this space for unknown reasons. Only to
it would also be nice to have something to replace the dot on the other side, since that's like the only other thing this account really has. Getting Sparkle for free already kind of did that. I can run Archer now if I need him. I also realized that Evernight is so strong that I didn't need to do the full Remembrance team either. I cleared something recently with Finon, because I realized I have Finon, Saridra, Cyrene, and Don Hong. So I was able to just like take Cyrene off Evernight's team, and Evernight still had no problem clearing. So I do technically have another option. But it would be pretty cool to invest into Sparksy. I would like to have Sparksy as a playable team. It was funny, you're saying Archer's trash, and I know why. It's because you think all men are trash. But Archer happens to be probably, if you were playing to pick everything up for free, the cheapest meta team right now. Because if you pick the free Sparkle, and you're playing with like Remembrance, Trailblazer, and Don Hong, you could have gotten every single part of his team for free. So there's probably going to be quite a lot of Archer clears coming up.
A will of metal and stone.
Not that there haven't been already. I think, what was it? Last rotation, he was one of the few characters that consistently cleared top level in all content. Yeah, it's just how some of the players are, Fizz. It's just how some of the players are. Personally, I've always thought Archer was cool. But that's because I've also liked Fate for a really long time. So I was excited to get both of the Fate characters that they wanted to release. I wish they had made Lancer playable too. They gave him a whole model and everything in the game. They didn't even make him playable. He could have just been a free collab 4-star, you know? The problem with making him like a collab 4-star though is that it's like, what are you going to do? Make him a permanent thing in the banner? Or are you just going to put him only in the collab banner? And like extremely up his rate of dropping to make sure that everybody gets all of them. That would be kind of an issue unless you made a way of earning his Eidolons in the event, which is another way you could have done it. They could have just did like a March 7th and Lancer could have been a free 4-star and you could have just unlocked all of his Eidolons in the event. Yeah, Koholin is always done dirty in Fate, like every single time.
Sparkle or Sparksy, both are equally just as headache.
But as someone of
All right.
Irish descent
Let's wrap
myself,
up these emojis
I
and-
really like Caholen. He's like the national hero of my peoples.
You, Tessa, did you stash the moon somewhere? I pried open its mouth to take a look. Seems this little guy didn't swallow the moon.
Wah! Oh, this one's a fight. I don't think I talked to him when I played through on my personal account. I didn't realize this was going to be a fight.
Stars favor us.
I'll go easy this time.
私の番か
A bad omen. Don't thank me. Troublemaker? I'd like to be one too.
Feeling spiffy?
カラドボルグトレースオン もう少し手応えがあると思ったがね
Do I, I've never even bothered to check if I have Stellar Seas on him right now. We might have been playing, no, that's the wrong one, the whole time. Do we have it on? No. We've been playing this whole time and I don't even have the proper light cone. That's probably why his damage has been felt very underwhelming because I've had it on Boot Hill this whole time. I was like, why does... Also, why is this not done? I'm going to have to go farm this. I've never bothered to fully upgrade my Stellar Seas on this account. I was like, why does he just feel like he's not critting or doing damage when he's supposed to? I mean, his stats aren't that good because I've never farmed him. Like, look at his relic set. It's like just whatever I could find. It's like, he should be hitting harder than that. Let's also re-up this. Oh yeah, that's a new thing they added, to where they took the thing from Genshin, which I think Genshin added that, not this current patch, but the past patch before that, where if it's a 3-piece, or a 3-stat, it'll show the stat that will be added, just to make it easier and you not wasting your time. Which now, I guess, ZCZ needs to add that too. Because it's the only one that doesn't have that.
It probably does know where the moon is hiding. But how are we meant to even reach the thing?
The thing is, as much as I like Archer, right, if I get Sparksy, then I don't have to grind better gear for him. I can just abandon him. That's more of my mentality. It's not like, whether I like the character or not. It's like, how much work do I need to put into building all of these characters?
The gem. I've missed this. There was a time.
Just ditch him now?
I really envied those classmates.
Nah, we're
who
fine.
Sprint across the field, giving it their all.
Ah, yeah, grab onto that. No, don't leave me. No, that's too far now. You'll also be very disappointed in me on this account. I decided to use our freebie to get E1 Sparkle. Unsubbed? That's fair. I was trying to think of like what else I would use it for, but there weren't really a lot of good options. I already had basically all the characters I wanted from it, so it was like debating over the Eidolon for somebody. That's pretty much what it came down to. It was like, what was I gonna do? Get E3 Kafka?
Don't tell me Himeko was the quiet type who stayed far away from the gym back in school.
Not quite. I'd already graduated by the time I started feeling this way. Due to some circumstances, I went back to my father's school to work.
Okay, let me get my coins. We should have a ton of rewards, because I have not been checking the newspaper stuff this entire time. And we'll just dump everything at once. There should be a lot of them by the time we're done.
We should be able to reach that emoji.
Anything I want to get over here? Yeah. Ta-da. And with that, we've got our hands on the third part of the scenery, the moon.
Alrighty. Time to settle the score with Sparksy.
I think we should be going to the boss fight next. I don't think there's anything else in the way. And then epilogue.
Stones in the Fantasmin games. She had better be ready to become a spoil of war herself. He and I will head to the atrium next. Piece the imaginated landscape back together and help Sparkle take down Sparksy. Welt, March, I'm counting on you to protect the students at the Academy. Dovebrook's waves should suppress the memetic contamination they're experiencing, but they might panic and run into the combat area.
They didn't explain it, though. When we release the rest of them from the memetic virus with the waves, does that do the same thing to Trailblazer and Himeko, right? Because I think after that point they stop saying Bana.
You better give that girl a taste of her own medicine for messing with us like some comedy act.
I think that's what happens. They maybe just subtly imply it. Because I was a little worried for them for a second that they might start actually cascading into becoming monkeys.
What does everyone think? Will the Nameless win? Let's cheer for Miss Sparksy!
Who will emerge victorious? Miss Sparksy or the Astral Express? Stay tuned to find out!
Sparkle and Sparksy are gone. And the students too?
If you think you've got this in the bag, you're in for a rude awakening. Sparksicon hasn't even started!
Da-da-da-da! Time for your SparksyCon grand finale! Because I, the Nameless of the Astral Express, will challenge you as a fellow supplicant and crush your elation.
Challenge me? I'd love to fight you.
Hurry up and put the scenery pieces together.
We are skipping Asheville though because I don't need any more hunt characters at the moment, at all. I'd rather save for Silver Wolf.
That annoying old model has already fallen asleep. Soon.
Dude, I love this scene so much. This might be one of the best scenes in the whole game.
During my transformation. Despicable. Too bad. The options have all arrived. I hereby declare the first battle.
I think it's definitely the best boss introduction scene. Just because it's funny. Shield up.
This is permanent! I'll stand in their way.
Troublemaker? I'd like to be one too. People always say that the will of heaven can't be overturned. Observe the heavens with my divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me.
This boss is really annoying in Plight, but it's a pushover everywhere else. I'm sure. It feels like a pushover everywhere else. Especially because, like, most of the time, you could just not care about the damage reduction during the streaming thing and just put your sustain unit in the stream. And it's perfectly fine.
Can you find the answer?
It's better to put your main DPS in. Yeah, because if you kill it faster, you just get it done faster. Yeah. Oh, there's no point in doing anything right here anyway. Just save the skill points. The only problem I have with the story is that you have, what's it called? There are stop points. There's scripted pauses, which, like, I wasted a whole set of skill points because of that. Where, like, she just stops taking damage altogether in the story.
Best of luck. An explosive start.
Still hanging on? Did everyone really take good care of Sparksicle?
But see, this is what I'm saying right here about how, like, I see the potential in Elation. Like, we're not getting it right now. Even the Aha instant isn't that good with just, oh wait, that lasts... 2 turns, but you already had that turn. Okay.
私の番か。体ボルグ。トレソン。
Oh, are we already in like a pause spot? Because we're doing like hardly any damage. We might be. Let's just end and see what happens.
Dragon soaring above the lands. This is
But like, I could see once we get a full team of Elation, with just streams and streams of that aha instant, is just going to be ridiculous. Just do this back to back, why not?
People always say that observe the heavens with my divination. That omen.
Especially if Elation MC also ends up giving you like a free aha instant similar to Yao Guang's ult. Okay, yeah, you can go back in there. That's fine. Has anyone ever heard of Senran Kagura? Yeah. I've played it.
I am the bone of my soul. Unlimited. Later works.
My strength isn't what it was.
You're just gonna let Saber and Remembrance be your anchors? That's fair, you know. Just, you know, invest in whatever you like. You don't have to invest in Sparkle to invest in Elation. That's just the only way you could get it now. Like, there's gonna be a lot later to where you don't even need Sparksy on your team. But, that's not trying to convince you to do it. That's just, you know, talking about the way things are gonna go. Only invest in what you like.
Let's play for a while.
Oh, I can still pull him up even though he's in that zone? That's cool. I thought he was spirited away.
You find the answer.
You know what's funny is, one of my favorite sports games / racing games of all time is kind of sort of part of Senran Kagura. And that's the Kandagawa Jet Girls. There we go.
I'll show them.
I really liked Kandagawa Jet Girls. But I was like one of the only people I knew who liked it. Or even heard of it. I think that was another big thing about it. Because it kind of had that Mario Kart Double Dash thing going on. Where you had 2 characters on a jet ski. And one of them would use items to it while the other one drove. And you could either play it single player, but there was a co-op version of it too. I'm trying to remember when it came out. Maybe it was like 2020 or 2021, one of those years. But it was my game of the year it came out. My personal one.
Let my eye of Ishvara see through it all.
Because even the story was basically just like
Clear as day.
a sports anime. Very visual novel, of course, but like they packaged it into season arcs almost. And bam! To be fair, Sparksy had that coming.
Are you okay?
Like, in a similar way, I'm not investing into Elation on my personal account. I think, well, I'm going to be investing into Silverwolf, but I'll probably try to play her without a full Elation team.
General Yao Guang? Am I seeing things?
We're just attuned to each other, that's all. Oh, feeling dizzy? Don't worry, it's just a minor side effect. When I first opened my eyes, I couldn't even conduct basic self-care for nearly a month. Don't worry, though. With my reinforcement, you'll be back to normal in a moment.
Thank you, General. By the way, above your head,
Can you see the sign above my head? So, whether it brings weal or woe, whether it changes or not, please keep this secret safe from me. Don't let me know, and don't let anyone else, okay?
I mean, sure, I don't really have any reason to let anybody else know.
In that fleeting moment, your eyes gained insight into my destiny. For those who wish to defy their own destiny, the best approach is to avoid gazing too long into fate, especially not letting powerful observers do so. Now that you know the reason, surely you'll do me this small favor and keep this secret? Thanks. And of course, be careful not to let it slip. Or else. I'll tell everyone all about your true identity. You're a former Stellaron hunter, aren't you?
No.
No.
They'll lock me up, and the reward will only be $25.
I don't even want to think about it. Doesn't this feel like the opening scene of a comedy? Two people who barely know each other, yet they're keeping each other's destiny a secret. I guess you could say we're now partners in fate. No surprise there.
Also kinda want to invest in Everdesia. It's just... It's kind of sad that Yai and Silverwolf are going to be back-to-back next to each other. That's going to be really tight. Might have to wait for a rerun for one of them.
And you? Are you okay?
What just happened?
I was so confused. I couldn't see a thing. All I remember is Sparksy and the Nameless got into a fight.
I saw everything. The Nameless from the Express smashed Sparksy right into the wall with one swing. That strength was unreal.
That was such an epic fight, as expected from a cosmic hero. That was seriously awesome.
Looks like the students have all recovered from the contamination.
I'm kind of glad that they are doing animations like that a little bit more. Mostly because a lot of the people who play these games don't read at all. And I've seen people who actually think that most of the characters of this game are doing just like regular street level stuff. Like if the main character hit you with the bat, it would be like hitting a person with a bat. And it's because they don't read. Seeing it visually in front of them and be like, oh, he just flung her like nothing.
Compared to a streamer reflecting people's desires.
Wonder if Blade's SP will be Elation. I don't think it will be from what I've heard, but it could. I don't know if the actual information on that is out yet. Like, even in the less scrupulous ways, you know?
Show mercy. Or don't. No, I'm just kidding. Lower your bat. The audience in this Arcadia doesn't go easy on losers at the games. She'll lose her wish power soon enough, and the Sparksy virus will fizzle out. You can hand her over to the Department of Aberration.
The problem is, if he wasn't Elation, what else would he be, right?
As a supplicant who's become the focus of all, I'm sure you've already made your decision, right?
Next few patches for Enfield got leaked. Looks like 2 6-stars a patch. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the better way to do it overall. You know, you just had to go all out for the launch. And also the way their banner system's working, they needed to have 2 other characters for you to be able to lose to.
1 point for the Trailblaze.
And so you kind of had to have 3 at launch. But afterwards, it's like timing-wise, it's probably better just to only do like a top half, bottom half.
Who knows? But come on, doesn't that sound insanely cool? I'm totally adding this to Miss Sparkle's 132 origin stories. Maybe we're all just masks that someone else has shed. The tavern? They might kick up a fuss about Sparksy's defeat for a few days. Maybe some foolish hotheads might even come knocking to fight you. But trust me, give it a couple days and the tavern will act like none of it ever happened.
Yeah, that's just like the internet. The internet will forget everything after like a week or 2.
If I really am a mask, then naturally I should return to my wearer's face. But if I'm not, then maybe I need to reclaim the mask I've lost.
I understand.
So, Victor, here to claim your prize. Very well. Sparksicle has no objections to that. So what'll it be? Gonna hand me off to the Department of Aberration Defense? Lock me up as a hardened criminal? But knowing you, you're not that heartless, are you?
I mean, we could be more heartless.
Or maybe you want to take away my streaming account as punishment. I'll live stream 24/7 and sing praises of your valor. All right. Let what belongs to the Graphia family return to the Graphia family. But don't let this little win get to your head. You've still got a long, long way to go before you meet the laughter. We can keep working together. Better to have a friend at the Phantom Moon Games than another enemy, right? What? No.
Tung and Rossi? Oh, that's fine. I don't need anything after that. I mean, I think Mifu is probably one of my favorite designs in that game so far, but I'm already fine with just 1.1.
Old models. You and your powerful supporters won this one.
Yeah, we could just forget everything else.
As a mask, what do you plan to do with your original self? Who's the mask and who's the original? Shouldn't that be decided by the one left standing? Your plan is finished. Your elation has been eliminated. You're the one who should be called the old model. That elation isn't mine. It's the elation...
That reminds me, I have to go actually work on art after this.
Wasn't it your idea in the first place?
I have a commission to finish, which I should be finished tonight. And then I have to start working on that cover for Rick Piper.
That's totally something Miss Sparkle would do. How do you like this ending, Sparkle? How does that joke go again? Take the mask from a masked fool, and what's left but a fool? But take the fool out of a masked fool, and all that's left is the mask. Come on, Sparkle. Time to end this little charade. No show is complete without a curtain call. Shall we become one at last? Bang! Ladies and gentlemen, are you having fun?
And that will not be the last time we see Sparkle. As Sparksy.
Underestimate the Phantom Moon Games. You won't get another opening act as spectacular as this Sparksicon, no.
But that is the last time we'll see her in this story quest.
Sparksy. No. Sparkle? Which one is which?
Perhaps it was just a masked fool, playing a harmless trick under the watchful eyes of the gods. Or maybe she just wanted to remind us. that the elation in plain Arcadia has become something even the gods no longer recognize. In any case, everything here has come to an end. We should move on and unravel the next plot. Indeed.
Now we have to go dig into
I need to
Himiko's past.
investigate and find out who exactly created that place and why. Let me know.
It is kind of about time, though, that we started digging into Himiko's past, because of the members of the Express that you would need to dig into their past in this game, Himiko's the only one we haven't so far.
This place.
Like, we don't totally know March's, but we've done enough digging into hers. At least to suffice for now. We know Dan Hong's. Well, you could go play an entire other game or read some comics about that.
15 years ago, during the last Fantasmoon Games, I participated
But,
as a supplement.
Himiko, this version of her, we just haven't even touched, really.
I once believed that all it took for a supplicant to win was
You never
to
once
show
in your life felt the need to know about
people
Himiko's
seek
past?
miracle.
Well, I mean, it's good for you, I guess, if you just want to mash through it.
Audience
I was curious.
of elation.
The only thing we knew about her up to now is that
How naive I was.
she was from the planet that Aha blew the Express up on
Everyone's wish
when it crashed down, and she managed to repair it sometime later.
On July 22nd, year 1984 of the Arcadian calendar, a supplicant harboring immense malice stepped into Graphia Academy. He slaughtered 22 students who had stayed.
I don't know if a school shooting needed to be involved in her past, though. That one's like a little weird.
Dovebrook district, where 146 innocent civilians were either killed or wounded. That killer moved like a deranged artist, leaving corpses, imprinting his signature mark. The Bloody Bloom. The media dubbed him the Herald of Death.
It was a tragedy that the world could not forget. The Fantasmoon Games of that year came to be remembered as the Blood-Stained Games. So many parents lost their children. So many people lost those dearest to them. One of the victims was my very own daughter. Upon my return, I stood before the grave where she was laid to rest. Her name was Himiko. Forgive me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ryusuke, the current dean of Graphia Academy. So, this lady who bears her name,
Ryusuke.
who exactly are you?
"15 years ago, when I made up my mind to join this Fantasmoon Games, my father wasn't with me. Even as I fought for my life against the Herald of Death, my father was still off somewhere, wandering the cosmos. Strictly speaking, ever since I can remember, his presence in my life has been as thin as the air in space. So, I would ask you, who bears his name. Who exactly are you?
And now for the news. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised this far into the game they don't play into the kind of like isotope thing a little more. Like, we've seen some characters from their previous games have little like variants out in space, right? But none of the characters from the Express has met their doppelganger yet. Really. You kind of came close with March and Cyrene, but they're not exactly the same. And I feel like eventually we're probably going to come to a circumstance where a member of the Express is going to run into their own doppelganger who just grew up a normal life on whatever planet they end up visiting.
The Security Bureau uncovered multiple corpses at the Sinwish Syndicate's headquarters in Dovebrook District. Initial reports suggest...
Where's this universe as well? Well, technically, it's all the same universe. So this universe's Welt is this universe's Welt. Because it's way too complicated to explain the imaginary tree. But a Welt could pop up on any other planet too, right? Who have had a whole life there.
Lyndon Scott, age 34. Field operative.
Though he wouldn't go by Welt, right? Because he didn't have the same life necessarily.
Never heard of him.
You'd probably find him named Joachim, right?
Here it is. The Sinwish Syndicate recently got hold of a mask.
His original name before he became Welt Yang, after the death of Welt Joyce.
Apologies for interrupting your work, Mr. Ashvale.
Same person comes to existence on different planets. Yes, it's very complex. But the nature of how the imaginary tree works in this universe is how it sprawls out. And imagine that the universe is just truly infinite, right? Like, every direction you go, it is just infinite. Yeah, you'll never come to an end. And every planet is an extension of the branches of the imaginary tree that also has like different splits in time and stuff. But also everything is so far out that if you roll the dice so many times, the same impressions from the tree end up coming into being on these different planets. So there could, like, from their perspective, there could be another you that came into being, like, I don't know, a billion light years away.
Executed? Who witnessed it? Was the execution
Consciousness also comes from the imaginary tree. There's a whole, like, worldview of the Honkai universe that's, like, it takes more than a few minutes to dive in and explain it all.
You've heard the rule, haven't you? No one can enter the Phantasmoon games twice. So let me
All healthy worlds are attached to the tree. If a world dies, it could be destroyed altogether. That happens. But very often it's the case where it kind of falls off the imaginary tree and becomes what's called a bubble world. In which, like, the laws of physics and sometimes logic do not function the way you expect them to because they're no longer rooted to the tree.
Chest, and not even the wind from Dovebrook could dispel the metallic.
Is also one of the reasons why most people can't get necessarily everywhere in the universe in this game easily, because just how far apart everything is. And you need to basically use the silver rail that the Astral Express rides on, that Akabilly created,
Mr. N,
to basically warp to other parts of space.
no longer with us. Now he's just a body, another nameless casualty buried beneath
And there's
headlines.
technically multiple ways of looking at space, right? You have your, like, normal 3D perspective, which is what we're seeing all the time, but there's other dimensional views of space too. That's the Eons likely look at space through a higher dimensional view.
More in a small-time thug.
Most of them exist in a higher dimensional view.
What should we do next?
I've been slacking off for far too long.
Well, we need Welt. Oh, you meant like SP instead of isotope? Yeah, I would like an isotope too, but yeah, a Welt SP. He needs some type of buff. He's kind of just been sitting there with nothing.
Right, Miss Pearl. I'll join the games, assuming you still need me, of course.
But if you played, which I know you didn't, I'm saying this almost rhetorically, but if somebody had played Honkai Impact Third, they would learn a lot about the imaginary tree and the different worlds out there, and especially the bubble worlds. And you could end up going to another world and running into somebody who's a lot like someone you knew. In this case,
All I have to offer.
I think one of the first bubble worlds they ever went to, they encountered another Himiko after Himiko's death in the story. I think that's the order in which it happened. But I don't believe that was the first isotope they met, because I think Hax or Bunny came to them before they went anywhere else. I might be misremembering the orders of things. Which Hax or Bunny is just another Bronya, that's where Silverwolf is based off of.
No.
And we've met several of them in this game already too, right? Like, there are already multiple Bronyas in this game. There's the one Bronya Rand, who was adopted and grew up as Kokolia's daughter on Belobog. And then there's Silverwolf, who she's never said anything other than her online handles. She very likely goes by Brony, which is what Haxor Bunny also went by. And this is like a same version of her that grew up on the world of Punklord.
Even so, I have to ask, what makes you so sure that I'd hire a wanted criminal to fight in the Phantasmoon games, instead of tossing you into an IPC?
Most of the important characters on Belobog were all isotopes from Honkai Impact Third, right? We had Sela. Zila was one of them. We had Natasha, who was Raven in that game. She was an assassin, not a doctor. Kokolia herself was also a villain.
Call it your first strategic investment in us. What do you say?
Understanding comes first.
Sampo is kind of the only character who wasn't really, I guess.
How do you plan to earn my trust?
You can say Japard. There's debates as to whether
Before I came to meet you,
what's her face?
I know what you've been working on.
Why am I blanking on her name?
Imagine it.
Bassist girl.
Tell me, have you heard of Zero?
Yeah, I used to play her so much at the beginning of the game.
Feared player in all of Punklord.
But I don't think she is. There's a base that she's Serval. That's the name I'm thinking of. A lot of people think Serval looks too much like Durandal. I don't think Serval's the girl who was born Kiana, but not the Kiana we know. I think the entire family with Serval, Jeopard, and Lynx are just characters that are original to that world. But Sampo was in HI3 afterwards. He's a boss you can fight in now, but that wasn't until the Sparkle patch way later. But yeah, several of the Xinjiao Luofu people are also isotopes. Yang Qing is one, yeah, as you mentioned. Sushang is also one. Luosha is basically Auto Apocalypse.
I know. I've studied it.
They did Sushang so dirty.
How could I forget?
Because obviously none of the guys were playable in Honkai Impact Third. Outside of 2 instances, one of them being a post-Honkai Odyssey, where you play as a guy who's like a main character of just that event. You can't even use him outside of it. He's not a playable character otherwise. And it's pretty much their version of not Dante. So they had to give Yang Xing a skill tree or like a abilities, a fighting style. And they basically just gave him Sushang's fighting style and saddled Sushang with the chicken.
I can think about it.
Deduction.
Because like the flying swords and the flipping and the giant sword coming out of the sky is how Li Shushang plays.
Have long since abandoned the
And
path
I never, ever will get over how upset I am that she wasn't the one that was the 5-star character who played like that. And Sushang should, or not Sushang, Yangxing should have been the 4-star.
And to seal it with confidence, let me show you a little trick of the trade. A hacking trick? Not exactly professional. Negotiating while soaked in a bathtub. I took one of your data slices. This will help us have a more honest conversation.
Like if you haven't played the game and you want to kind of know how Sushang played, at least a couple of her battle suits are very similar. I think she has like 3, or maybe she only has 2. She has 2 or 3 battle suits now.
I scattered just
If you've played Ye Shongguang in ZZZ, her fighting style is basically just Sushang's.
To explore as you pleased. Miss Silver.
Except Sushang actually does this cool thing where it's not just for a brief animation. Does she stand on the sword? After she puts all the swords on the ground, she can actually hop back and forth between the swords, which is it's like really fun.
Between you and me.
Like doing little acrobatics. I've not pulled a new character in Honkai Impact 3rd in quite a while. I think the last new character I pulled was Alicia's last battle suit.
I just blinked
and I pulled like everything for it.
Wearing masks?
I think right now I'm saving because Raiden May is having a new Lunar New Year battle suit coming out in the patch that's going to change soon. And it's like, yeah, I think I just want that.
But now we've got a crow, a shell, a cat, a wolf. How many more mystery guests are crushing the stage?
That wolf mask there in the background kind of reminds me of Hule.
When did it sneak in?
And it's got like some Davy Jones Cthulhu kind of look to it.
In the end,
it stands out a lot compared to the other ones.
Into the abyss. But you're the rare exception. Your first battle wasn't bad for a greenhorn protagonist. Since you came out on top, let's wipe the slate clean on that doom-filled oath. Who knows if the owners of those masks will become your friends or opponents? Or maybe one of
I guess we'll also talk about Isotope. A lot of Amphorius was. But even the entire story was like redoing a lot of the same stuff that the Flame Chase Journey did in Honkai Impact 3rd.
Little one, how'd you find your way here?
Like, technically, we already have one of Kiana in the game, because Kevin is an isotope of Kiana. It's just not the Kiana everybody wants. Like, glad to have a playable Kevin. Don't get me wrong, it's cool that Kevin's finally playable. Kevin is one of the cooler characters. But, like, obviously, I want Kiana herself playable, not a dude version. Dance under the moonlight. Well, we finished. Yay! What time is it? It's past 7? It's a little sooner than I thought. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we should probably check whatever this raccoon wants me to check. Because we probably have a lot of goodies wrapped up here. Ah, do we want to do the press conference? I guess we could do the press conference. It's kind of funny that they put a press conferences here. It makes sense because of the magazine that we're working on, the tabloid. But the structure of it's basically identical to the press conference we had to do during the Ward Dance, and I don't think they've done... I mean, it's still just dialogue at the end of the day, but that they've done this anywhere other than the Ward Dance. Oy. But yeah, I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed it going through it again. I thought it was fun. I think it was probably... I can't gauge it too much. Here's the problem, like, comparing anything to the Belobog story, is that the Belobog story is so short and self-contained, right, that it's not even... Maybe you could say it's a single patch length, because obviously the launch version of game is more... bigger in size than any individual patch would be. But it's like, it's not even a full version of the game, right? It was part of 1.0. And a smaller vignette like that, it's a lot easier to be good. Because you have to wait till the story's finished to really judge it. Hey, Guinevere, how you doing? So, against any of the other ones, aside from Belobog, I think this might have been the best singular patch story. That isn't like an ending or something already. Though you can weigh the ones that are just an ending without the rest of their stuff before it in the same way. Singular best incomplete part of a story, I think, so far. I think it was better than the start of Penacony, which a lot of people thought it started really well. I'm still kind of mixed on Penacony. I think it's probably better than my favorite sections of the LeFou. What's it called? Paperfold Academy one, which, controversial enough, was previously my favorite patch. But we'll have to see where this is going. If I were to look at the stories as a whole, the ones that are finished, I think my personal favorite so far is still the LeFou. And then I think Belobog's after that. Then, I might still put Amphorios higher than Penacony because the ending of Penacony just like really disappointed me in general. So we'll see where I end up putting this whole thing on the list after however many patches it takes to finish the main story. How long does it take us, actually? Let me look. Streaming only for like 5 hours and 15 minutes. And we've been in this press conference for a few minutes now, so I'll say roughly 5 hours to get through this part. And we streamed for, what, 4-ish last time? 4 and change? So, with distractions and minor stalling, took us about 9 hours on stream to get through this whole thing. It's not that bad. Fizz says, I have no interest in the Spider-Man Noir show. I actually do. I don't have much interest in like MCU and Marvel stuff in general right now. I don't know if it's actually going to be technically MCU, but I guess everything is. But my perspective on it is I really like Nick Cage. And even a bad Nick Cage movie is still entertaining. Sometimes for all the wrong reasons, aside from the fact that, like, Nick Cage is entertaining. So, like, best case scenario, I get something good that I enjoy. Worst case scenario, I think the thing itself is bad, but I still have, like, memey enjoyable content from it because Nick Cage is in it. That's my perspective. It's Sony, so it's not MCU. Well, that depends, because there are some things done by Sony that is MCU. Now, if they're trying to make it a live-action connection to the Spider-Verse, Spider-Noir, which I know that was the first time Cage voiced him, then yeah, that probably isn't MCU. If they try to link it in as being to the Tom Holland Spider-Man, which they could easily do that with this show, just off in his own universe, then that would be. But it probably isn't going to be, just because it spawned off of the Spider-Verse. But I don't know if I've ever actually watched a movie where Nick Cage is the star of the movie, which I know this is a show, but the performance is what matters at the end of the day, that I did not enjoy. But the thing I like about Cage is that he's a real actor, surrounded by people who a lot of times kind of are actors. But he's basically like a vaudeville performer who is surrounded by people who don't know what vaudeville is. And it's pretty entertaining often to see people mostly just playing themselves on screen all around this guy who is just dynamically different from everyone else. Like, I'll watch The Family Man every year. That's one of my favorite holiday movies. I still go back and watch that otherwise horrible Ghost Rider movie and its sequel, just because I enjoy it due to Nick Cage. Con Air's great. Drive Crazy's great. Gone in 60 Seconds is great. Bangkok Dangerous. I still have not watched... what's the name of it? It's The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. It's high on my list to watch, but I just haven't gotten around to watching it. I need to see if it's streaming anywhere. We looked for it last year, and then I think because we couldn't find it last year, I kind of gave up, and I forgot to go look for it again. But it's probably somewhere now. Furbo freebies. What level this get us to? Ooh, 14. Nice. Does that put our savings at? We've got basically nothing. Kind of a 10 pull. I'm gonna have to be doing a lot of, like, off-stream grinding and stuff, too, if I want to get anything. But I have no problem doing that. And maybe we'll find some stuff to stream as well. What else we need to check? Achievements! Yeah, we get a lot of stuff. Rail into the Stars, all achievements you get just from, like, completing the story. As long as you keep up with the story, you're pretty much going to get this maxed out every time. There's just obviously events and stuff I haven't done, which is why we don't have everything here, but only very few. Like, we were in the middle of the Rappa. That should be something. The next stream we do will probably be going back to the Arknight story. Because we still haven't finished that. But I think the next Star Rail stream that I managed to schedule in between patches will probably be us finishing the Rappa story, because we still haven't done that one. But we've got some other stuff to get to. Still got to catch up on ZZZ. Got the whole backlog of Genshin. That one I'm not in a rush to do because of how far behind we are. Sometimes it's just like really chill being super far behind in a game like this, because you don't feel pressured to catch up, you know? It's just like chip it off at your own pace. I'll check the messages later. Oh, we unlocked the arcade stuff, that's right. Which means there's going to be a couple of freebies in here that we should already have done. I don't think I've done everything yet on my other one, but I do know, I think I have 2 of the 3 completed. I think one of them I'm missing 1 or 2, and I haven't bothered to go out of my way to get it yet. It's not that hard to complete. Oh, wait, no, I'm not talking to Sampo right now. Get out of here. And, oh, well, we'll transfer all this. We got 11 pulls today. Okay. Well, I think that's going to be it for the stream today. We managed to finish the story. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it a little bit, at the very least. I don't know what the schedule for this week is looking like, but we will probably at least play some Enfield at some point this week. Maybe I'll do another stream or 2. It just depends how far I get into the stuff I'm working on. If I can work on stuff that I feel comfortable publicly streaming me working on it, I will. But other than that, that's about it. Make sure you guys are subscribed if you are. You know, anybody watching now through the VOD. Technically in the future from what I'm saying this. But I know you're there. Yeah, you know. Stick around. We do fun things. I'll catch you guys later.